guide you my way to share with this special day. Well, ribbons in the sky, ribbons in the sky, ribbons in the sky for our love. Thank you. Happy Black Love Day to you.
Woo, woo.
Woo, woo, woo. So that was Baba Kaba, the soul singer. Put on a little bit early, but that's all right. Very appropriate timing. You know, it's like they say, there's no mistakes in life. There's all number of lessons. So everything that I thought was supposed to happen, some of it is happening and some of it isn't happening. And, you know, you had to flow a chart and all of that. But, woo, that was right on time. Baba Kaba, the soul singer, is the host of, he's a host on WPFW, and his show is on Mondays. And Baba Kaba is a single parent, and you see him oftentimes with his 2 children. And last year he brought the house down at the Black Love ceremony, the relationship ceremony in Capitol Heights. And by popular demand, he was asked to come back for this virtual ceremony. He unfortunately had to be in 2 places at one time, so he sent the video and he tore it up, didn't he? All right. So listen, I don't know about you, but I do have to take that bio break, and I hope we can have a little party music. Baba Henry, yeah, go ahead and play the happy, so that'll give us a little beat to everybody get up, stretch, go to the the bio room, and we'll be right back. Give us like about 3 minutes. We're queuing up Baba Kelechi and Mama Nia. I don't know if they're in the house. If you are, okay. And yeah, don't try to follow the program at this time, because the program has shifted drastically. So Baba Kelechi is here. Sister Ayo, Kuumba, Akil is going to be talking to us about live food. She's a foodist out of New York. And and this will be another good one to play right now too. Yes, okay. So I will be right back. This is really also about self-love. This is my sister.
After COVID. You don't have to turn your mute. Only reason is I'm next. I won't hear what she's telling me.
No, you can hear anything she says.
Why should the black black man in America concern himself since we've been away from the African continent for 400 years, 300 or 400 years? Why should we concern ourselves? What impact does what happened to them have upon us? Number one, first you have to realize that up until 1959, Africa was dominated by the colonial powers, and by the colonial powers of Europe having complete control over Africa, they projected the image of Africa negatively. They projected Africa always in a negative light. Jungles, savages, cannibals, nothing civilized. And naturally, it was so negative until it was negative to you and me. And you and I began to hate it. We didn't want anybody to tell us anything about Africa, and much less call us an African. And in hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. You can't hate your origin and not end up hating yourself. You can't hate Africa and not hate yourself. And you show me one of these people over here who have been thoroughly brainwashed, who has a negative attitude toward Africa, and I'll show you one that has a negative attitude toward himself. You can't have a negative attitude toward yourself, a positive attitude toward yourself, and a negative attitude toward Africa at the same time. To the same degree that your attitude, that your understanding of, and why should the black man in America concern himself since we've been away from the African continent for 400 years, 300 or 400 years? Why should we concern ourselves? What impact does what happened to them have upon us? Number one, first you have to realize that up until 1959, Africa was dominated by the colonial powers, and by the colonial powers of Europe having complete control over Africa, they projected the image of Africa negatively. They projected Africa always in a negative light. Jungles, savages, cannibals, nothing civilized. And naturally, it was so negative until it was negative to you and me. And you and I began to hate it. We didn't want anybody to tell us anything about Africa, and much less call us an African. And in hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. You can't hate your origin and not end up hating yourself. You can't hate Africa and not hate yourself. And you show me one of these people over here who have been thoroughly brainwashed, who has a negative attitude toward Africa, and I'll show you one that has a negative attitude toward himself. You can't have a negative attitude toward yourself, a positive attitude toward yourself, and a negative attitude toward Africa at the same time. To the same degree that your attitude, that your understanding of, an attitude toward Africa becomes positive, you'll find that your understanding of and your attitude toward yourself will also become positive. And this is what the white man knows. So they very skillfully made you and me hate our African identity, our African characteristics. And you know yourself that we have been a people who hated our African characteristics. We hated our hair. We hated the shape of our nose. We wanted one of those long dog-like noses, you know. Yeah. We hated the color of our skin. Hated the blood of Africa that was in our veins. And in hating our features and our skin and our blood, why we had to end up hating ourselves. And we hated ourselves. Our color became to us a chain. We felt that it was holding us back. Our color became to us like a prison, which we felt was keeping us confined, not letting us go this way or that way. And we felt that all of these restrictions were based solely upon our color, and the psychological reaction to that would have to be that as long as we felt imprisoned or chained or trapped by black skin, black features, and black blood, that skin and those features and that blood that was holding us back automatically had to become hateful to us. And it became hateful to us. It made us feel inferior. It made us feel inadequate. It made us feel helpless. And when we fell victim to this feeling of inadequacy or inferiority or helplessness, we turned to somebody else to show us the way. We didn't have confidence in another black man to show us the way, or black people to show us the way. In those days, we didn't. We didn't think a black man could do anything but play some horn, you know, some sound, and make you happy with some songs, and in that way. But in serious things, where our food, clothing, and shelter was concerned, and our education was concerned, we turned to the man. We never thought in terms of bringing these things into existence for ourselves. We never thought in terms of doing things for ourselves because we felt helpless. And what made us feel helpless was our hatred for ourselves. One of the things that made the Black Muslim movement grow was its emphasis upon things African. This was the secret to the growth of the Black Muslim movement. African blood, African origin, African culture, African ties. And you'd be surprised. We discovered that deep within the subconscious of the black man in this country, he's still more African than he is American. He thinks that he's more American than African because the man is jiving him and the man is brainwashing him every day, telling him, you're an American, you're an American. Man, how could you think you're an American and you have never had any kind of American treat over here? You have never. 10 men can be sitting at a table eating, dining. And I can come and sit down where they're dining. They're dining. I got a plate in front of me, but nothing is on it. Because all of us are sitting at the same table, are all of us diners? I'm not a diner until you let me dine. Then I become a diner. Just being at the table with others who are dining doesn't make me a diner. And this is what you got to get in your head here in this country. Just because you're in this country doesn't make you an American. And no, you got to go farther than that before you can become an American. You got to enjoy the fruits of Americanism. And you haven't enjoyed those fruits. You've enjoyed the thorns. You've enjoyed the thistles, but you have not enjoyed the fruits. No, sir. So I point these things out, brothers and sisters, so that you and I will know the importance in 1965 of being in complete unity with each other, harmony with each other, and not letting the man maneuver us into fighting one another. I say that again, that I'm not a racist. I don't believe in any form of segregation or anything like that. I'm for the brotherhood of everybody, but I don't believe in enforcing brotherhood upon people who don't want it. As long as we practice brotherhood among ourselves, and then others who want to practice brotherhood with us, we practice it with them also. We're for that. But I don't think that we should run around trying to love somebody who doesn't love us. Thank you.
Interesting. And Malcolm really evolved in the perspective. He didn't want to force anyone to love us, but he began to have a more universal perspective about loving humanity, but he remained a black man, about self-care and about self-help. And if you have not, I'm encouraging you to please look at the movie One Night in Miami. We had a little piece of that clip, but I don't know if I just checked in with John. The pieces that we sent, they did not pull out. Inya Akoma, everyone. I'm so grateful to be here. I had to not only do my own bio break, but I had to feed my dogs. We have puppies. We have 2 puppies and their mother and father. And they have been so cooperative. So I said, I think I better feed them because they'll start fighting in a minute. I want to thank everyone who has been hanging with us. We have kept a consistent 100 or more people on this line. So I'm affirming that is because you all are getting something from this work that we have birthed here. Black Love Day in your coma, our 28th year. And so, of course, we do this from our heart, but if you love to give a donation, definitely we will accept it as an act of spending your money where it counts, circulating it in the community. I was supposed to mention that way at the beginning. I didn't, but I'm still going to mention it now. Whoever can, it will be a real help. And, we recycle the money in the community. We do a fair amount of free service. And so, of course, anything we can provide is, anything that we can receive will be a blessing. Yeah, that was her directorial debut, and it is so powerful. Okay, Kymone is on it, and my man Kymone is like Mama Tendai and Mama D. You all have wonderful perspectives. I keep looking and saying, well, what are y'all saying? What are y'all saying? Okay, so we have a couple of videos. They're going to be played in the after the interactive period here in the Love House. That's what we're calling this, the Love House. And this is the, what we say, the Love Room. And I was on Robin Holden's show last night on PFW, and she used to always call it, she would name it for a jazz musician. So today we are in the Love Room here. And in the Love Room, coming up for Love for the Black Family. I'm really looking forward to see if Baba Kelechi and his wife are with us. Some people may have had to leave because of timing. Where can you make a love offering? Let's see, I think you can go oh, thank you, Maria. How'd you know? Okay, so yes, there's money sign, Ayo Handy-Kendi, that's the Cash App. You can also go to PayPal, which is sales, S-A-L-E-S, the @ Positive Energy Works.com. I love you too. And so yes, any love offering, yes, sales at Positive Energy Works, that's a PayPal, and Cash App is money sign Ayo Handy-Kendi. All right, Brother Malcolm spoke, and you know, I had to play Brother Malcolm. I had to bring him here in the ancestor, because if it wasn't for the message that I received after watching that unfortunate his being taken out by people who look like us, it increased my work with increasing the peace among people who look like melanated people. And I continue to be very much indebted to him, the inspiration from the Most High. We got a lot of folks still left to go. We're coming
You can't see the
into the Tenets. Let's see. We're going to go into now, if Baba Kelechi and his wife are here. Are you all with us? Are you all with us? So normally, if I don't hear anybody within a few minutes, I've been moving on because I don't know what's going on. Baba Brandon Greene, I hope you are here, because we will play the appeal video, you here or not. So let's see. Sister Adio, Akil, are you still with us? Lord Foodus? Are you still with us?
Yes, I'm with you.
Oh, great. I'm so glad. So this is Sister Adio Akil, who I also had to acknowledge her contribution also to Black Love Day was through her husband. Her husband very much loved Black Love Day and supported us in so many different ways. And he loved the work we did with the breath. He is an ancestor now. And so, Sister Adi, you know, I appreciate you and love you. I had met you, it seems like before that, and didn't know I had met you. But I'd like you to share how this love for family can show up in the food that we prepare. And particularly from your point of view, as you are a raw food chef, is that correct?
Right, I'm a vegan and vegetarian chef, and raw food as well.
Okay, well, you got the floor. I think you've got probably 5 minutes or more. Okay, so love that hair wrap too.
I acknowledge you for your
Well, I'm wearing the Love Goddess adornment,
and everywhere you are,
Sister Thea's adornment. So this piece,
because God, you are everywhere,
represents love.
anywhere.
I think we got to mute somebody. Mute. I need you all to find Mama Tendai's video, okay? This should have been shown earlier. All right. I apologize, Mama.
That's okay.
Go for it.
I was just saying that I'm wearing a love headpiece, which is by Sister Thea, the Love Goddess.
Yep.
Okay. Well, my name is Adio Kuumba Akil, and I'm a food therapist. I help people get rid of diseases and lose weight through what they eat. I'm 65 years young, and I've been on this journey for over 40 years. I started this way because at 17, I had a fibroid in my left breast. And then my mother took me to the doctor, and we got it cut out in the doctor's office. But when I was 18, this same fibroid came back in the same left breast. So that's when I learned that I had to change what I was eating in order to become healthy and to not have fibroids. So that's when I changed. At 12, I stopped eating pork. And that was based on hearing about the Nation of Islam. And I went from there to researching food, going around to the health food stores, which there were very few at that time. That was in New Haven, Connecticut. That's where I was at that time. But right now, I want to talk to you about some of the beautiful things that you can put in your body and just love yourself. Because when you talk about loving yourself, what you put in your body creates this. What goes in must come out. So you always want to put in something that's going to make you feel better. Not something that tastes good all the time, but something that's going to make you feel better. I have some different things here to show you, which this is some lemongrass, which I use. This is fresh lemongrass. And I use this to make a lemongrass tea, and then I put that with some other herbs. And I do that in the morning. To love yourself, you wake up, you got to give thanks for being alive. And after you do that, and after I do that, I drink water. After I drink water, I drink tea. After I drink a tea, which will usually have, like I said, the lemongrass or the hibiscus. And then I add the moringa leaves. And so that I'm getting what I feel I need to get going in the morning, because that moringa will also give me energy. And then I add in lemon or lime into that. And I put in my vitamin C. And of course, the vitamin C will help you with the COVID. Then I take my tonic, which is a warrior charge mineral tonic. This is an iron tonic that gives oxygen to the bloodstream. So I take that. And after that, I take a shot of the immune booster. And so now that I drank water, tea, had all these tonics, I squeeze my fresh orange juice. So I organic oranges, and I squeeze it, and I make some, some fresh squeezed orange juice. I'm gonna have a sip. Nice. And when I'm finished with that, mind you, this is a lot of juice, and so I don't necessarily do it every day. I may do it every other day. I juice my greens. So I juice my kale, cucumbers, celery, and I put my ginger root in that and juice that, and then I'll drink that. And so what happens for me, after I do all these liquids, then I have to wait for a couple of hours, one or two, before I will eat anything. And I'm very strict about that, because what I've found is you confuse the digestive process if you try to eat and drink together, or if you eat and drink too closely together, then that causes a problem. So for me, as I said, I wake up, I'll give thanks for being alive and for having the opportunity to go another day. Then I drink my water. And after I drink my water, I go through my other liquids, which I've mentioned, which is an iron tonic, which gives me oxygen to the bloodstream. Now, after all that, I have sea moss, which my daughter usually makes. The sea moss, a sea moss drink. And the sea moss is made from various types of sea moss, like the purple, the green, the purple, which comes from St. Lucia, the green, which also comes from St. Lucia or from Tanzania, and then the gold. And what's significant about the sea moss, which many people probably know now, is that the sea moss has 92 of the minerals that are found in the body. So you're putting in all these really, really good things that are going to help you get through. And what I say, because mostly I'm happy for the most part, mostly all the time. Some people say I'm silly, but I don't mind being silly because for me, it keeps me young. And if you could see me and see some of the things that I can do based on this livity, this way of eating that I've incorporated and have been doing for a number of years. Now, after that time passed, a couple hours later, may have some avocado or some blueberries and some grapes. Ooh, and I say, if you don't feel happy and good and can't treat people well after eating all of this good food and taking these tonics and juices, then you have a problem, because what goes in must come out. So if you're putting the right thing in, you should be feeling better and able to treat people with kindness and love. Okay. Then from there, much later in the afternoon, we have some romaine lettuce, cucumbers, which of course you know, tomatoes and cucumbers and jalapeno peppers and onions. Oh, and then of course, if you want more fruit, I do a lot of apples too. Either I juice the apples or I slice the apples really thin and I make different sauces. And I dip the apples in the sauces and I have a ball. And I just want to say, just love yourself. That's what it's all about. It's what Sister Ayo is trying to share with us, the path that her and Brother John walk, and this love path, which many of us, or certain ones of us that are a certain age, have been on for quite a while. And so we have to realize that we want to incorporate, some nuts into that. We want to incorporate some walnuts or some almonds. That's non-pasteurized almonds. Or we want to incorporate pine nuts. And of course, in the vegetable category, kale is very popular and has a high nutrient base. So the kale is good, and the Brussels sprouts and the broccoli. Okay, well with broccoli though, I steam it really, and I don't just eat that raw, because when you think of the raw foods, there are a lot of things that are wonderful to eat raw, but then there are some things that they do not digest well, some of the vegetables. So you would have to steam it to be able to eat it. You can eat it raw, but then you may have indigestion afterwards, because basically you're trying to be sure that you don't eat and drink together, that you eat small meals, and that you begin to stop eating either when it becomes dark or 6 or 7. And of course, there will be exceptions to that, maybe if you're going out to dinner or something like that, or having people over. But basically, the way to make the health right, to make yourself feel good the majority of the time, is to pay attention to what you are eating. To make sure that, for the most part, if you can, and I know it's not that easy, is to eat organic. Because the thing, when you eat non-organic, there's up to 2 tablespoons of poison used to grow the particular vegetable that you have. And so when you eat that, you're taking that in, okay? And this is also important. Everybody's talking about COVID, but I grew up washing my hands. When you came in, you had to wash your hands. I mean, that was a requirement. And then you couldn't just be touching your face and your eyes and your body parts and other family members see you doing that without them saying, what are you doing? And, you know, go wash your hands or stop doing that. And I want to let you all know, if you're interested in some of this beautiful food that I create, my son, who's a chef, he creates. My daughter, Akil, who's a graduate of Howard University, and I have started a wellness center called Quintessence Health and Wellness. And that'll be opening the end of February, beginning of March. And we're located at 6211 3rd Street Northwest here in Washington, D.C. We were formerly based in New York, but now we're here. And so if you want to see us and you want to just take in some of the love, as I know how important the love is. The love is like the cayenne pepper. The cayenne pepper is something that you always want to incorporate into your diet, especially if you're aging, because using the cayenne pepper can help you not have a heart attack. Now, of course, there are other things as far as exercises that you can do that can also help you not have a heart attack. The ginger and turmeric tincture, something that we make, and the elderberry tincture, another product that we make, is really good for keeping yourself open. It doesn't just keep you open physically, but it also works on you mentally. And that's why one of our slogans is, what goes in must come out. So when you're thinking about putting that really bad thing into your mouth, think again, because I want to feel good so that I can love on my partner the way that I feel inside of my head. But if my body is out of sync and trying to digest, or if I'm constipated, or if I get a headache from eating the wrong foods, then I don't feel as ready or as willing or as able to love. Now, mind you, you have to remember, our parents, I'm 65, our parents grew up in a time where the soil had more minerals in it and more nutrients. So they were able to eat their collard greens, their mustard greens, their rape salad, their string beans, and peaches, and apples, and pecans that could be right on the property that you lived, or right on the farm that you lived, or right outside of your house. So our parents had the benefit of getting the nutrients straight through the food. But we live in a time where most of the soil has been depleted. So you can't get the food the way, the nutrients, the way that you could at one time. And you'll see, come visit us, come see us at Quintessence, because we're all about love. And I heard other people mentioning losses, and I was affiliated with the community warehouse. If you're older, you may know of it. It's not around anymore. It was a wholesale natural food warehouse that sold items by bulk. And so when people talk about what they've gone through and losses, I told you about the fibroids, but in my breast, but I was able to get rid of them because I never went back. And even if I go back a centimeter, I'm pulling myself back, because we all can get caught up because we were brought up a certain way. It's only the last 2 generations really that may have been brought up totally vegetarian. But us who are like 65 or older, we were not. So it's just all about loving yourself. And come to Quintessence, 6211 3rd Street Northwest, Washington, D.C. We'll be advertising soon, and we'll be there to love on you, because there's COVID, but we still have to love each other. We cannot all just stay locked up in our houses. We have to come out and interact, even if socially distanced. but we need to see each other. That's like a food. And that's I think I've covered what I basically want to say. Take your herbs, make your fresh squeezed juice, eat your nuts and your different dried fruit, eat all your vegetables, take your sea moss and your soursop. That's what I was trying to remember earlier. We put soursop in our tea because by adding 1 or 2 other herbs with your basic beverage tea, your peppermint, your sorrel or your hibiscus or your ginger, then you enhance that and make it something healthy for you more than even just a beverage. And that's it. Thank you, Mama Ayo. I appreciate you. And John, I love you. I'm so happy to be in DC again. You know, it's all about love. I don't hear you now at all.
Go ahead.
Unmute yourself, Ayo. Unmute yourself.
Sister named Maria. So Donna's on the line. So this is my new sister. Thank you so much, Sister Adio. I think there are some folks on this line who remember the community warehouse. I definitely do. It was somewhat of my introduction to natural foods and actually the cultural community here in DC. It was a hub way back there in the 73, 74, maybe 75, something like that. So thankful to see you back here in DC. We're gonna really make an effort to open the doors for Sister Adio Kuumba Akil with her family. Now, Adio, before you leave, that was an excellent presentation. There are some folks here on this line who have little people and grandchildren and adolescents. My son and I fell out when I was trying to make him go into a raw vegan diet, and he literally told me, he said, "Ma, I'm a run away if you don't make some kind of meat." And I just wouldn't compromise. And I mean, we had some massive struggles. What would you suggest to family members as they are changing their diet, one, and that secondly, how do you incorporate raw diet for children? Is it that you have to raise them up in it? I think like you did with your children, is that where the struggle, you know, doesn't become this terrible struggle over food? Okay, I don't know what happened. Am I still here? Is Adio still here? The host is spotlighting your video for everyone. Would you like to unmute your microphone to speak? I thought I did.
You are, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. What's your suggestion? Okay, maybe she's.
We can't hear her response.
We can't hear your response. Sister Adio?
She's muted.
Okay, Sister.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now, yes.
Okay. So I raised all of my children vegan. This is how I feel about exclusively raw diet as far as raising your children. It's something that you can do, but it's difficult to do in America, especially because, like think of now, there are not a lot of really good fruits available. Like when you go around now, you can hardly get what you want. So it would be difficult. I believe in a balanced diet, when a balanced live it. And what I mean by that is I fed my children fruits and vegetables and nuts, but I also gave them beans and millet and I brown rice. Now I give my grandchildren quinoa, but back in the day we didn't have quinoa. We had millet and brown rice and wild rice. Those were and red rice if you went to Jamaica to eat. So I believe to make it work for them, you have to make it fun and be creative. So you have to give them what you know they need, but you have to present it to them in a way that they'll like it. So everything can't just be a boring fry pat or, you know, all those fake meats. You have to get creative and put together some of your own burgers, lentil burger, that you allow them to help you make. And when you're dealing with your apples, you got to remind them, well, an apple a day, it really does, you know, help keep the doctor away. And show them and give them things that they also want, but of course what they need, but also what they want. So you can give them the fruits. And of course you give them the sea moss, because the sea moss, again, which has 92 of the minerals. So I did that for years. I've been giving my children sea moss for over 30 years. And I have, one of my sons had rickets and they were really bad. And people would follow me around and say smart things to me, you know, about his legs. But I gave him that sea moss every day for 2 years, along with iron tonic. And today my son's legs are straight and he became an MVP basketball player in New York. Yeah. So sea moss, you should be giving that to your babies, to your children of all ages, and then incorporating that with high iron food or herbs, because when you put those together, they will make your child have the proper nutrition. And then along with that, otherwise, of course, you got your avocado, which is a natural fat. You got your broccoli, your kale. You can be creative with your celery and make bean dips from your beans, and dips that your children like, that you would put ketchup in. Let's say if you made black beans or you made kidney beans and you would put some ketchup in that, and children just love ketchup. So that would go.
That's true. and get a natural ketchup too. Don't get the
right. And then take your bananas and you can freeze your bananas and, you know, make treats from that, drizzle it with melted carob or fudge. Yeah, it's
excellent suggestions. Excellent. Thank you so much, Sister Adio. If you can hang around for a minute, we're going to bring Dr. Yu, if he's in the house, because he's going to be talking about herbs. And hopefully Dr. Kokayi is in the house. And if you all are here, there he is, Dr. Yu. Hi. So great. So we got him here. And so he may complement some of what you said, and maybe at the end of this period, we'll have an opportunity to maybe say a few things to all of you, maybe answer a few more questions. You all, I hope you all have found Mama Tendai's video. I'm looking forward to that. And for the family, and we're coming around. Oh my gosh, this has been a powerful program. Thank you, Sister Ayo Akil. Did you put your information in the chat?
I'm going to do that right now.
Oh, please, you got to do that. Yeah, because we got to all come to see you. Okay. We have some other health food stores and health food restaurants and other foodists. But I have been in some events with Sister Adio, and the line has always been there with her. You know, you do something real special with live food, Sister, I have to admit. And it's tasty and as well as nutritious. We got a point in the chat that said, let your food be your medicine. All right, Dr. Yu is here. Dr. Yu, in your coma.
Mama Ayo, peace to Mama Adio as well. Good to see you.
Yes, greeting.
Definitely coming to check you out once you open up. Please keep me in the loop as well.
Yes.
So, with Dr. Yuma Bellamy is my formal name. I'm part of the Collective Health Initiative in Washington, D.C.
Dr. Yu, speak a little bit louder.
Okay.
Please.
So I'm part of the Collective Health Initiative here in Washington, D.C. I'm also part of the African Holistic Health Association, and glad to be here. For also co-founder of U360 Holistic Health and Wellness, which is my herbal company, and just here to share a few tips on some herbs that you can incorporate on a daily basis. Some of them were mentioned already. Mama Ayo mentioned a few herbs that I'm going to talk about. So I'm just going to talk about 7 different herbs that you can incorporate. Very simple and easy. Those 7 herbs are culinary spices, cinnamon, cloves.
Can you turn your mic up?
Okay, I sound low.
Yeah, you do. You have one in low, soothing voices, Dr. Yes,
All
you
right.
do.
I'm going to try to put my headset in. Hopefully that helps out.
Okay. That probably will. So these are culinary herbs that you say that's pretty much in most people's pantry, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Can you hear me better?
I think so. I hear you better.
Okay.
Okay.
Good, good.
Yes.
All right. So those 7 culinary spices are cinnamon, cloves, ginger, turmeric, lime. If you don't have lime, you can use lemon, onion, and garlic. Those 7 very, very good circulation boosters, immune system boosters that you can incorporate on a regular basis. And those things, you know, in terms of warding away viruses, unhealthy bacteria formation in the body, even things like cancer cells and so on and so forth. You know, those are very, very powerful immune stimulants and regulators for the cells, for the detoxing process of the body. They help out the digestive system, you know. So those things can be combined. You can either boil them all together. So with the lemon or the lime, it's better to use the peel. So you can peel it and you boil a peel with the rest of those ingredients. And then with the juice, you can take the juice and you can squeeze it in afterwards. So you can use that. That way you get that extra vitamin C, the citric acid and things like that, that are very powerful antimicrobial agents as well. You know, so all of those things, you can combine them together. You can boil it as a tea. You could drink that on a daily basis. You can also use those for soups or stews, you know, broths, anything like that, that you can make regularly. Good things to incorporate along with those tips that everybody else gave. I've been on for quite some time, so I've listened to a lot of the different tips that were given. All excellent, excellent recommendations, and you know, just something that you could utilize according or alongside that. Somebody asked a question about red and yellow onion and scallions. Yes, red, yellow onions, anyone is fine. Scallions are a little bit weaker than your red and yellow onions. But if you don't have that, you can use that as well in combination with the other ingredients, but the onion is going to be stronger. Yellow onion and red onion, you know, yellow onion is probably like the strongest to use for this point in time, but red or yellow, they're kind of interchangeable with this. So if there's no other questions, I'll leave out on that.
Oh, wait a minute. I have a question.
Oh, okay.
Okay, wait a minute. I was trying to get Adio's information. So almost the same question, you know, that families, children, so many of us were not raised with natural foods. And we've had to create this path for ourselves. Okay, so from a transitional diet perspective, what would you recommend would be the types of herbs that enable us to transition from eating the SAD, the SAD diet, the standard American diet, and going into a more healthier diet, particularly for our younger children?
Well, these herbs, that's one thing that I love about these 7 herbs, is that they're very versatile, you know, so you can, these are common herbs that generally speaking will be used to flavor many foods anyway. So even if you don't incorporate that as a tea, but you incorporate them into your foods, you know, and you do that on a regular basis, it's still going to have a great benefit. And it's going to also help to flavor some of the things that may be more challenging in terms of palatability, you know, or taste-wise, you know, for the children. So knowing how to use them, knowing which ones are stronger and the amounts is most important with that kind of stuff. You know, if you're using things like garlic and onion, you might not have to use as much salt. You know, if you're using the sweeter herb like a cinnamon, you might not have to use as much sugar. You know, and you can kind of like taper down on those things like that, so that way over time it can adjust the palate. So you know, the children don't become so heavily accustomed to the tons of sugar inside of the food and the tons of salt inside of the food in order for it to be appealing to them. You know, I had an experience maybe several years ago. It's probably been over a decade ago, back when I was still like really young, and kind of just coming into this path for myself. And I was learning about the detriments of sugar. So I decided for a week, you know, I used to have sugar in like either tea or oatmeal almost daily. And so I decided for a week, okay, instead of putting 2 tablespoons of sugar in my oatmeal, I'm gonna try a tablespoon and a half. Then I'm going to taper it down to a tablespoon. Then I'm going to taper it down to 2 teaspoons. Then I'm going to taper it down to a teaspoon and a half, and taper it down. And what I noticed during that process was just that over that period of time, I didn't need the same amount as when I first started in order for it to be palatable for myself. And then when I went, you know, after a certain point in time, I wound up going back, and then it was too sweet. Whatever it was that I was doing in the initial, you know, was too sweet for me, and my body just kind of rejected it, you know. So it taught me a lot about just how you are able to condition your body. And for children, you know, a lot of people don't realize that children are subject to a lot of the same conditioning because we've been subject to that conditioning. So because we have grown up with, you know, oh, this needs sugar and this needs this amount of sugar and this needs this amount of salt, you know, we make our children accustomed to that also. And so they grow used to that. But babies, they don't need that. You know, babies to even up to maybe about 3 years old, 4 years old, they don't need that tremendous amount of sugar and salt in order for something to even be palatable. You know, I've had that experience in working with children for some years. And, you know, bitter herbs and all of that, a lot of the younger children are able to handle that a lot better than many of the adults I know, because they haven't had such an extensive period of time of that conditioning where they've become so accustomed to those unnatural foods. You know, so I would say, you know, with the earlier children, start them out early and not over saturating their foods and beverages with a whole bunch of sugar and salt. You know, and if they're already older, you know, try to just taper it down little bit by little bit, so that way it gives their palate a chance to adjust.
That's an excellent answer. Thank you so much. Someone asked about fasting for children. Let's see. Lorna was giving a recipe here. They said you were rehabbing from the sugar. It's a drug. I'm pretty sure Dr. Kokayi is going to touch on that because he does a just amazing presentation about sugar, particularly as we are going into for tomorrow. All of the people with the candy, chocolates, give me a pound of candy to say I love you, right? And then you're sick all the rest of the week after eating all that chocolate. So what a way to show somebody you love them, right?
Sister Ayo.
Yes.
I just wanted to add two things.
Sure.
One, when the baby is first born, you should breastfeed. So that will be the basic first foundation that the mother can give to the child, is to give that baby the breast milk. And of course, the breast milk helps the mother as well as the baby. And then I just wanted to add one thing, and I hope I don't step on anybody's toes saying this, but stop giving your children the Satan and the gluten. The Satan and the gluten clogs them. And I find many mothers who will call me or come to me and they'll be like, my child is constipated and this and that. But you're giving them Satan and gluten, which does not digest properly and will cause your young child to be constipated and possibly to develop some well, I don't want to say abnormalities, but to develop some bad state of health from giving them fake shrimp, chicken, all that Satan and gluten is not good for us. And one of the things that Dr. Sebi said, which I realize is true, I don't advocate that people eat fish, but the body recognizes fish more than it recognizes Satan and gluten. And that's it. That's it.
Okay. And so you're talking about the white bread, the white flours, all the whites, but you're also talking about wheat. I know you're talking about wheat.
Anything white.
Yep, everything white, folks, everything white. So that's right. We understand. We're not being prejudiced here, but anything white, no, you don't want to give it to your children. And we got a sister here before you both go. We get all kind of comments. I knew this particular section was going to have that kind of energy. The sister asked about she's pregnant. I think, let me see, we might have to scroll that back. She said that I think she's so many months pregnant and she's using moringa, I think, in the morning. And but she was wanting anything else in particular that might help her with her pregnancy.
Love.
Either one of you can jump on that.
I said love. That.
There you go. Just give love food, right? I love it. I love it. Yeah, give love food. Okay, that's a good answer. And I think she does want to nurture her baby. So that means that everybody understands that what you eat will go into your breast milk that will feed the child. So you've got to eat really, really healthy. I thank you both. Stick around. I'm affirming that Dr. Kokayi is in the house. Dr. Winston Kokayi Patterson, my spiritual brother, are you here? Where's Dr. Kokayi?
Mama Ayo.
Yes.
I just read a question, and somebody had asked about herpes virus.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Bring it in. Get a bag.
Okay,
So,
I hear Dr. Kokayi. Mute yourself, Kokayi.
Yes.
Hold on.
Yes.
Hold on. Mute yourself. He's answering the question.
Yeah, so the same herbs can be useful for that as well in terms of just being generally helpful. There are many different antiviral herbs and herbs that have been found to be useful against herpes virus itself. Both all different forms of the herpes virus, because herpes virus comes in many different forms: chicken pox, cold sores, genital herpes, etc. Certain ones are, have a particular action that's stronger against certain particular versions of the virus, but generally speaking, that combination is very good to utilize. There are other herbs that you can incorporate that's pretty easy to find as well, such as rosemary, such as basil, such as oregano, such as what's the other one? Lemon balm. Those are some other ones that are very good to incorporate, into your foods as well, that have like an action against that virus also.
Excellent answer. All right, you two. I appreciate y'all. If y'all want to hang around for a few more minutes. Dr. Kokayi. This is my spiritual brother, the founder of the African Holistic Health Association and acupuncturist, head of the ADS Collective, and all masked up, don't you? Where are you, Kokayi?
I am at the Everlasting Life Cafe out
okay.
in Capitol Heights. And every Saturday they have a program out here where they bring the specific vendors throughout the Washington, D.C. area to share their creativity. So I'm out here every Saturday, doing many consultations and, educating people around what to do, especially during this period of time right here.
Okay, I appreciate that. So listen, please be safe. You can put that back over your nose if you can talk. Yeah. Okay. How are you today? And my brother, Kokayi and Lona, y'all been cut buddies, what we say, for years. And we've been through a whole lot. Tell them about yourself, and you're approaching the love for the family, Black Love for Our Family. How are we incorporating food, nutrition, health, or any other concepts that you'd like to speak on? And again, I want to thank everyone who donated. So I guess I should say that again. If you'd like to make a donation, we appreciate it. The Cash App is Ayo, the money sign, Ayo Handy-Kendi, and sales at paypal.com. That's been really a blessing. I am humble. Kokayi, go for it, brother.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Ayo. Let me first say hi to all of my friends. I scanned through and I saw about 90 of y'all on there that I'm buddies with. So my sister Penny Gamble Williams, I love you so much. And everyone else that's on the line. Secondly, I want to thank Mama Ayo Handy-Kendi, who has been with me since the inception of the African Holistic Health Association in 1988. And it had not been for her and her work, the association would not be where it is today. So I want to make that point about my sister Ayo Handy-Kendi. We are left and right arms to one another. The same thing applies to all of you who are on the line, and you know who you are, that have supported the African Holistic Health Association and have supported my work in the community. So I thank all of you for that. Lastly, I want to just say, please join Appeal. Please join Appeal. Please join and become a member of Appeal. I'm a member of Appeal, and the African Holistic Health Association is a member of Appeal. Our brother Lasana had a specific vision. We want to carry that vision out, and we want to develop our financial institutions. As Marcus Garvey said, where are our men? Where are our banks and our financial institutions? Well, we have Appeal. So that's a sidebar. So talking about health, talking about the community, it's important for us to be clear about the holistic concept that I always talk about for the last 30 or 40 or 50 years. That concept speaks to the importance of an approach that includes working on a person's spirit, working on their body, working on their mind, and of course, contributing to the community. This is what we call the holistic approach. So if someone comes to me with high blood pressure and we resolve that problem, it's innate upon them to take that information to their family next, and then to take that to the community. This is the holistic approach. This is, of course, what's written in the African constitutions that were written, way back in the day by our African ancestors, as documented in Chancellor Williams' books and Ivan Van Sertima and John Henry Clark, where they talk about in the Constitution that we are responsible for each other's health. That, in fact, if there's a need for one person in the community, then that community should take care of that, that we should not want for nothing. At another point, we know that we were complete individuals, that we had healing knowledge, as individuals. We knew how to go into the woods, and get herbs. This is a part of our initial training. I know my mother trained me how to use those onions to bring the fever down. All of us remember cutting the onions and putting them in the socks. And, my mother would boil the onions to make onion cough syrup. And she was an actual nurse and retired from Walter Reed Army Medical Center. So I was able to get a balanced understanding of how to approach the health issue in our community. So that holistic approach says that if someone comes and they have high blood pressure, we know that it's very important to work on the spirit. If the person's spirit is off, then of course the circulation is going to be off. There's going to be tension and stress in the body. Therefore, the pressure won't go down. Therefore, we want to teach people how to meditate. We want people to pray. We want people to deal with positive affirmation. We want people to sleep. We want people to exercise. We want people to do the kinds of things that will calm their spirit and keep that peace and that serenity. The other thing is that the mind, if the mind is going, there's a lot of anxiety, a lot of anger, a lot of frustration, a lot of overthinking. Again, this does not allow the body to relax. So we must make sure that we have information that as we're processing, we'll come up with answers that are correct, answers that are principled, answers that will move us forward and allow us to make the necessary changes that we need to make and deciding what to do with our body, which, all of the healers that are on the line, thank all of you. We know that the body part is probably the easiest thing. The major problem that we have, of course, is working with the individual spirit and working with the individual's mind. That, of course, becomes a major, major boundary. I have clients that come in and they complain about the taste of the herbs. They complain about not being able to eat what they like. These are spiritual issues. These are issues that say these individuals want to deal with three things. One, they want to avoid any uncomfortability, any pain. Secondly, they want convenience. Thirdly, they just want to feel good. These are the three things all of us humans want. We don't want no pain. We want it easy, and we want to be able to feel good all the time. So there's a way that that can happen if we live a holistic life spiritually, that we're balancing ourselves, through our meditation, etc. So when we talk about family, how do we include that? Well, we have a group called the Acupuncture Detox Specialist Collective, that we founded back in 2008. And there's so many individuals in the city that are trained in this acupuncture detox. Sisters Atiti Zama, Akmal Muwakil, Kampa, Ama and Yamashe, Brother Okoye, and just so many other people that we've trained in this acupuncture protocol around the country. Well, this protocol, when we teach individuals, we teach them to work on themselves. Secondly, to take the protocol to their family. And then thirdly, to take the protocol to the community. We're embarking on a national tour. Next week, I'll be taking 6 of my mentees to Atlanta, and we'll be certifying about 10 of my mentees in Atlanta, and about 5 or 6 of us are coming in from DC. Now, to announce to you guys, on March the 8th, 9th, and 10th, we will be in DC conducting that same acupuncture detox training. The difference is it won't be me. It will be me along with the individual who started the Lincoln Detox Center in New York with Dr. Mutulu Shakur, who was my teacher and who is now serving time, and we're trying to get him out on compassionate release. So please go to drmutuluShakur.com, and sign that petition, as well as make a contribution. He's just now getting over cancer, radiation, stem cell treatment, the covert virus, and he's still hanging strong. So if you get an opportunity, please, send a note to the doc. That training that we'll be doing here in DC on the 8th, 9th, and 10th will be a 3-day training, and when the individual leaves, they will have those same certifications that a lot of my students and mentees already have that are out here practicing, as you all know, in the DC area. So as it relates to health and healing with the covert virus, we've been working with the Immune Project. Dr. Elaine Muhammad from the Nation of Islam is working with the Alpha Interferon. I'm one of the official distributors under Dr. Elaine Muhammad's Immune Project, which is worldwide. It's in Australia, London, everywhere. This same Alpha Interferon was offered to our community about 8 months ago, 10 months ago, by the Cubans, and Trump, of course, turned it down. We have 50 Cuban doctors that went around the country, went around the world, the best doctors in the world, and everywhere that they went, the spread of the covert virus stopped, and of course, the rate of infection went down, and a lot of it's been cleared up. So we still have those rates going high here in America and in South America. He turned it down. But Dr. Elaine Muhammad took the initiative to grab this alpha interferon and produce it and get it out to the community. This was produced by a Cuban doctor. If anybody wants any of that information, you can check with me and I'll get you the video where he talks about the production and how he produced it. This alpha interferon is the same alpha interferon that was used back in '92, introduced by Dr. David Tioch from Kenya, and the Nation of Islam picked it up then and used it to cure the AIDS virus. This is the same alpha interferon, but it's been tweaked a little bit because this covert virus got a little bit of SARS in it, got a little bit of AIDS in it. And this is one of the reasons why it's so detrimental. But all of my co-healers know that the virus has to have a host. It has to have an environment. It has to have the food that it needs to eat. And that food has got to be nasty food. It's got to be mucus food. It's got to be gluten, sugar, fried foods and beef and chicken and pork and, all of these things, because a virus has to eat stuff that is going to excite it and that's going to allow it to grow and spread through the body. Well, the stuff that's in my body is not going to like it. Don't like asparagus and spinach and broccoli and, all of these things that we vegetarians eat. But this alpha interferon is very, very powerful. I've shipped it out around the country. My entire family has been using it. We've actually healed. The word they use is cure. We've actually cured so many people in the Washington, D.C. area. A lot of you on the line have actually gotten that alpha interferon from me. I'll give you one story. One of my friends gave me a call. You all know Al-Malik Farrakhan, who is in charge of Ceasefire Don't Smoke Your Brothers. He said, Kokayi, my daughter's got the COVID. I said, okay, bro. I'm going to shoot over to her house and take the alpha interferon to her. Got over there about 11, 12 o'clock that night. I did the same thing with a sister in Baltimore. Her mother called from Atlanta and said her daughter had the covert virus in Baltimore. I jumped in my car at 10:30 at night. I pulled up to that woman's house at 12 midnight and made sure that she had that. Well, long story short, both of them on the next day were healed from the coronavirus. This is how this alpha interferon is working. The alpha interferon, again, is something that 2 sprays in the mouth will kill the virus automatically. It doesn't kill the virus. What it actually does is builds the immune system and turns the immune system into a super immune system, and it will fight off the virus. Is it good for herpes? Yes. Is it good for HIV? Yes. Is it good for any of the viruses that are hepatitis virus? Any of those things. Will it enhance in general your immune system if you're dealing with any autoimmune deficiency or problem in the community? In your family? Yes, it will do that. So let me stop right now and see if there's any questions that people have.
Okay, and I was going to say I might have to ask you to wrap up. Dr. Kokayi is also a naturopath, so he's not only an acupuncture. He's a certified naturopath. So all this information and all this experience comes from that perspective. Kokayi, if anyone had a specific question, I was trying to look on the chat to see if I saw a lot of comments, but I didn't see a specific question. We have a very enlightened group here, so a lot of very excellent comments that added to. So please look on the chat every once in a while because people are giving some great remedies. let's see. Okay, I do see a question. Okay, suggestion for detoxing.
Yes.
And Kokayi, make certain you put your information in the chat, okay? Because
yes,
already
absolutely.
people are saying they want to connect with you
We
about
got
that.
that.
I know that Alpha Ferron.
Okay. Well, for the detox, you know, this is one of the things that we use. This is the African moringa, which was introduced to me about 30 years ago by Dr. Anthony Kweku Andal, who was a 5th generation ethnobotanist. This African moringa, which comes in tablet form, it comes in a tea bag form, it comes in extract form, is an excellent detox herb in and of itself. We also have the African aloe vera. The African aloe vera is very, very important because it's able to cleanse the body, and in cleansing, leave specific nutrients that will help to rebuild and maintain. It comes from the African aloe tree. There are 390 some aloes. This is the only one that grows in Azania, South Africa, as a 30-foot tree. So this one is 22 to 32 times more powerful than all the other aloes as it relates to detoxing and cleansing. The other thing is these, as you very well know, a lot of y'all know about these Holistic Life liquid minerals. These Holistic Life liquid minerals brought my vision back. Okay, I wore glasses up until 2 years ago, and you guys know that.
Yes.
This stuff brought my vision back. My autistic grandson, no longer autistic, as well as the other autistic children that I dealt with on a scale of 1 to 10, all of them have progressed. My grandson wasn't talking for a year and a half. After about 4 to 5 to 6 weeks of this, he was back in school. Can you imagine 5 years old, your son stopped talking for a whole year and a half? Incredible. So these are the things that we can use to detox: the African moringa, the African aloe, as well as the black seed. I also have a specific detox formula, and it's called Holistic Cleanse. Now, all of my formulas are made by the gentleman who spoke earlier, Dr. Yuma Bellamy, you know, from U360. Thank you, Doc. My formulas, I turn them over to Doc. He tweaks them, puts them together for me, and makes sure that they are the way that they are supposed to be. And he's been doing that for me for years. So Dr. U is the man in DC as it relates to the herbs and stuff like that. So thank you again, Doc, for the supportive work that you do with me, as well as the African Holistic Health Association. So that particular formula is called Holistic Cleanse. That formula activates every one of the systems in the body, as well as the lymphatic system and the endocrine and endocrine system, which a lot of times get no attention. And these are the things, of course, that hold toxins, talking about the lymphatic system, and these are the things that are, you know, activated based on stimuli and emotions. I'm talking about the endocrine and endocrine system. So it's important, you know, that these things are kept clean so they can function properly. But yeah, the Holistic Cleanse formula, African aloe, black seed, moringa, and most definitely the holistic minerals that clean lead out of the body in 22 days, and any other volatile chemicals that you may induce in your body. Very, very powerful in terms of getting out chemotherapy, radiation therapy, drug toxicity, all of those things in a matter of days and weeks and months.
I love it. Somehow or another, Kokayi, your screen went blank. So I don't know if that's me.
Okay, there
you go. Okay. One last question. We're going to have to move on because, you know, I hope our next group of presenters is still here. we got back. Look, we had kind of caught up the schedule and then we back off. But I hope that you all can hang. Going to have a little bit of party after this. I really want to see Mama Tendai's video. I've been asking for. So John and Henry, y'all see if y'all can find her video. Next section is going to be Love for the Black Race, which is going to be Councilwoman Elaine and Johnson Lancaster from St. Louis, Kymone Freeman right here in Washington, D.C. with the Black Love Festival, Mwasha, Montshu and Nawasha, and Wakisa O Nazimo, and Eliza Cooper. We do have her video. We're aware of that. So you might want to look for that too, John. Cue that up. And Deron Chavis, I saw him earlier. And then we go into the last tenet. last tenet is love for the black, what did I just say? Love for the black, no, wait a minute, something wrong. Love for the community. I apologize, my little sheets all messed up. Love for the black community is coming up, and then love for the whole entire black race, okay? So Brandon, we got you. You'll be coming up. You'll get to see your appeal video. Sister Nia, Terri Duku, LeShell Smith, we have a video. Mertine and Roach, I saw you all earlier. I hope you're still with us. And Anise Jenkins, I'm not sure if I saw her. And I don't know if Sam P.K. Collins was able to make it. So we still got a little bit to go. So we're going to ask everybody, you know, to stay close to that 5-minute time frame. If not, like I said, this is my show. So I'm going to just claim it. You know, we can stay in it as long as you all want to stay.
Good.
Last,
you want me to get my information, Ayo?
oh, you definitely, I think somebody just put your information in the chat. If Aisha's here, I think she must have put it in the chat.
Yeah.
She got
That's
it all
my
here.
cohort. That's my right arm.
Yeah. Freedom. I mentioned you. I said Freedom in Nsoroma L. I think I did, but I apologize. No, Freedom's coming up. And because I know she's been here most of the day. We appreciate her. To reiterate the question about what helped your eyes heal.
Yeah.
It's the minerals. And
Yes. Thank you, Ayo, for that question. That's very, very powerful product that we have. These minerals. These minerals are extracted from volcanic ash, so we know how dense those minerals are. But by drinking the minerals, our eyeballs are filled up with blood. So based on the quality of the blood determines the quality of our eyes and the vision. So these minerals are so dense that they can go in and clean up the blood. But because of the quality, they leave the necessary things that help to form good, great blood cells. And of course, create a healing and a regeneration in those eyes. So we have some clients who just drink the minerals. Other clients take it and put it directly in the eyes. You know what I'm saying? And they're able to withstand. Yeah, I know, Ayo, you put them directly in the eyes.
Yeah, I put it directly in the eyes.
Yes, you did. And Mama, you know, did it also. And we got Sister Ebony Joanne Fagan, who starred in White Colored Girls Commit Suicide and Rainbow Wasn't Enough, had cataract. So these minerals actually melt the cataract off of the eyes. So by drinking it and putting it directly in the eyes, you can resolve and deal with things like glaucoma, night blindness, spots in the eyes, and what's those flares and them dots and floaters, you know, and things of that nature. Any eye condition, it will correct. I had one woman came to me, and she just called me, and they'll be coming back. And when she first started coming, she couldn't see. She got out of the car. Her husband had to walk her all the way up to my steps, up the steps, walk her to the bathroom, out of the bathroom, back to the treatment table, down the steps, back to the car. After several acupuncture treatments and putting the minerals directly in her eyes, in 3 weeks, she said, Dr. Patterson, I see you standing right beside me. So she began to see all of these different clouds. After about 6 weeks, I look out the window, she's getting out the car by herself, walking all the way up to my house, and the husband coming in the door later. So I asked him, I said, well, brother, how is she really doing? He said, bruh, I sleep at night. I said, what you mean? He said, man, I don't have to get up and take it to the bathroom no more. You know, so these minerals are very, very, very powerful in terms of what they're able to do. My agility in terms of my movement, my bones and my muscles, everything has changed. So please, family, check it out. You can check the website, www.CEHAW. That's C as in cat, E as in egg, H as in Harry, AW.com. And click on products and check everything out, as well as, you know, put your request in for the alpha interferon so that you can make sure your family, one bottle takes 4 to 6 family members for 3 months. Thank you, Ayo.
We thank you, Kokayi, and I do hope that you'll be able to come back tonight at 7 for the relationship ceremony.
I I will.
Great, great.
I will. I can't never miss that. I can't. I've been with
No,
you
we
for
got it.
years.
It's going to be quite a blessing. Sister Vicky Byers is going to be in the house, and we will be conducting an actual healing ritual to release our emotional pain. And as several people have said, our emotions turn into dis-ease, and so we must release emotions. We got to let them go. I think we're going to move on. I don't know if I am trying to get my Mama Tendai's video. Did anybody pull it up? Here it is. Great. Mama Tendai, thank you so much for your patience and your understanding. I think this is a good place to place your video because it's still a good number of people, a good number of Africans, and a good number of people who Thank you, Dr. Kokayi.
Thank you, Mama Ayo.
Greetings, beloved brothers and sisters. On behalf of Adasi Organization, we welcome you, we thank you. We want to begin by thanking Sister Ayo Handy for inviting our organization to be a part of the Black Love Day, February the 13th, 2021. Mama Ayo, I want to begin by thanking you for all of the things that you have done for our community over the years. You have given us an expression of Black love in everything that you have done. From Positive Energy, the newsletter, to the African American holiday celebration, to the workshops that you do, and finally for the breath workshops that you are doing even now. It's most important at this point that you do focus on breath, that you teach us how to breathe again, because we've been holding our breath for so long that in many instances we may have forgotten how to breathe. And if we've forgotten how to breathe, it means we've forgotten how to live. So thank you for showing us a new way. Beloved, Adasi has become known for building ancestral altars and altars for special occasions. We're an organization that has sought over the almost 30 years to connect our youth to our elders, to our community in education, in spirit, in all kinds of programs that help to bring us together as a community for the healing that we need to do. So as we begin this love celebration, I want to set the stage by talking about altars as an expression of love for the Creator. Love is essential to life and is an expression of life. Love of the Creator, Olodumare, since I follow the Yoruba tradition. Mother, Father, God is the maker of heaven and earth, the creator of all existence, the giver of life, the creator of mankind. And so we are a manifestation of that creation. We are a manifestation of the love of Olodumare. We are divine, and we are divine beings having a human experience here on this planet Earth. And so reconnecting us to our origin, our love of Creator, we are reconnecting ourselves to the Creator. We are an expression. We are expressing our love of and for the Creator. We want to look at the Creator as love. And so as we build our altar to express our love to the Creator and express our love then to the creations that came before us, who we refer to as our ancestors, the manifestation of our former selves, we set the stage by beginning to build our altar by setting a platform of white fabric. And we use white because it is a non-color and thus is the closest to spirit. So we're trying to do everything in creating an altar that is symbolic. So the symbol of the white cloth is spirit. In addition to the white cloth, then we want to make sure that we place water in some form on the altar, because we are inviting our ancestors to come and meet us here. It is a focal point, a point of focus, so that we can meet and have a discussion, ask for guidance, and be directed in what it is that we need to do to move forward in developing ourselves and manifesting our self-determination. The water, of course, not just to calm the energies around us, but water on the altar so that we also can offer a drink to our thirsty travelers coming to meet us from the spirit world. And then in addition to the water, we might also place a little liquor there. I know my ancestors liked a little bit of liquor, and we can use liquor as a form of spirit to call spirit. We also need to place a plant of some sort or flowers on the altar to represent life, life everlasting as it has been promised to us. In addition to the flowers, we want to have fruit or our ancestors' favorite food, because we're dining with them, we're celebrating with them, and we're calling them to come and be with us and to express love on this day. Finally, we need to have pictures of our ancestors to remind us of what they looked like in physical form, and to let them know that that is the spirit that we are calling, that we're asking to meet, that we're coming together for, so that we can praise Olodumare, that we can manifest the love, divine love that has been given to us. And in addition to that, on the altar, let us place some things on the altar that remind us of our ancestors, some things that were most important to them, that represent them. And finally, let us add some color to the altar by placing the colors of Black love in various places and positions on the altar. The colors of purple and black, the purple being a combination of blue for healing and red for love, and black for the color of our skin. And thus, we honor ourselves and our Black love. We incorporate those colors on the altar so that we can share together our Black love. Take your time when you build the altar and sit with your ancestors, meditate, sing to them, play music for them, and dine with them. Do the same things that you would be doing if you were having a party or if you were celebrating, to let them know that you're celebrating their life and your life. And so as we close, we give thanks to Mama Ayo, to all of us who are here to celebrate Black love on this day. We give thanks. We close in gratitude, honoring our ancestors, honoring the life, the divine life that flows from the Creator into us, and to each of you who has come together to make this celebration happen. Thank you from Adasi. And so we say Ashe, Ashe, Ashe. Black love.
Wow, wow. Oh, Mama Tendai, that was absolutely beautiful. Wow. And look, I know it would have been so ideal this morning with the love of the Creator, but I think it was just as critical right now, because we were talking about food for the spirit, so food for the soul. And I just really wanted to make certain that the group was able to hear the words of how an altar is very critical, it's essential. Keep altars up in your house, do altar work. And Adasi is excellent in sharing how to create an altar, and they make absolutely the most beautiful altars. Excuse me. There's something else that came to my mind to say, is that What did I was gonna say? Oh, the program. Your program is happening again next Saturday, the 20th. It will be in the evening, and the children's book fair will be earlier in the day. So they do not interfere, and it's children and adult book fair by the and please, Lorene, don't get upset with me. I'm going to try to remember the entire name, but the UNIA ACL Division 300, she wrote it in the chat. I think that's the best thing to do. I tried to write it down. I'm still relatively new to the organization, but yes, thank you so much. Anybody who has the entire name, because she definitely gave me the correct name in the chat, and I appreciate her for that, but it's just a little too much from a woman who's been up for night after night after night. Some of these details. Yes, ma'am, Mama Tendai.
I just wanted to thank you. But our yes, and we will be joining that particular program. But
oh yes, I was going to say that. Yes,
we'll be in that program because we Adasi sisters are also members of the UNIA ACL.
Yes.
But our program is called Encompassing the 400. It's a healing recovery, and the title of it is Encompassing the 400: Healing, Recovery, and Restoration. And so just like you, we're looking at various forms of being able to heal ourselves. So we're going to be looking at a number of things. Brother Kevin Washington and Wata, who is one of our speakers. We have a historical perspective by Dr. Gibbs. We have an educational healing. So we have a number of different modalities that we're looking at, because we also have found that I know with Kevin and I at one time did do an altar workshop together as also a healing modality, because we find that when people participate even in building an altar, which is one of the reasons why I usually don't show mine, but rather talk about the elements, because I want the people to use their own spiritual energy as they create an altar to be an expression of what it is that they are trying to do as they try to communicate with the divine. So thank you, Mama, and I invite everybody to join us next week. It'll be YouTube, so you can go to our Adasi website, which is AdasiAncestors.org, and you can click on events, and you'll be able to be taken directly to YouTube, or you can do our Adasi Facebook. And thank you, Mama.
Oh, give thanks, Mama Tendai. And I truly do hope that you can put the details of that event also in the chat. Can you do that? And Mama Tendai,
but I'll put it in again. No
yeah,
problem.
do it again. Yes, bless you. I appreciate you so much. Excellent presentation. Okay, and yes, people say you looking beautiful. Okay, well,
I'm not vegetarian. I'm 76.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, and Mama is hanging in there. Mama is what, 109?
109.
Yes, I used to love to hang out with my mother and your mother. It's such a blessing. Okay, well, we're talking about Black love now for the where are we? Let me make sure. Yeah, for the Black race. And we have here Councilwoman Elaine Williams. I hope you're still with us. Johnson Lancaster from St. Louis. I hope you were able to join me. That's another spiritual brother. Excellent presentation. In this panel, Kymone Freeman, sister and brother Manchu, Nawasha, Monwasha, and so they joined their names. Their names are so close, and so they call themselves Monwasha. I'd love that collaboration. Brother Wakisa or Wakesa, and Sister Eliza Cooper. We definitely know we have her video. And Brother Deron Chavis down there in Richmond. Please, who's still here? Sister Elaine, if you're here, let's hear from you. Councilwoman out of Capitol Heights.
Absolutely. Sister Ayo, greetings to your audience.
Yay,
I send greetings, send light and love. This is an incredible program. I cannot imagine how for 28 years we waited for this day to dawn. Cannot imagine. Greetings from the unique town of Capitol Heights, Maryland. I am Councilwoman Elaine Williams, and my effort is to raise the vibration in this town. First and foremost, giving honor to God for having created everything that we see and do and want, for having placed in us a desire to have things grow. Personally, the town was given to me to help grow and to help grow that vibration here. And I've called on many of the people who've spoken today to see that that calling does take place. I thought I would be a part of a panel today, answering questions and giving a recount of what has happened. But what I find is I need to give thanks to the mayor and council for having proclaimed the fact that Black Love Day has value. If more of us took a moment to recognize value, we would value one another. We would have others value us as well. So I am grateful that this 4th year in a row celebration is taking place. Never this big, never virtual, always under the guidance of the sister Ayo Handy-Kendi. This year's proclamation is in my hands, and I don't know that you can see it, but the proclamation is here. I have to give thanks to the sister Robin Bailey Walls, who serves diligently, to our acting town administrator, and to our Community Health and Environment Committee, who is committed to bringing people out of their homes into the knowledge of a changed vibration.
Oh, Elaine.
I'm going to make an effort to read this proclamation. Whereas in 1993, Ayo Handy-Kendi, the founder of the nonprofit African American Holiday Association, AHA, created Black Love Day. And whereas Black Love Day is the 3rd nationally commemorated African American holiday, whereas February 13th of each year is nationally recognized as Black Love Day, and whereas Black Love Day is an observance of atonement, reconciliation, celebration, and whereas Black Love Day encourages individuals to express love through 5 tenets: love for creator, love for self, love for the Black family, love for Black community, and love for the Black race. And whereas the goals of this day are to ensure and increase peace, stop violence, racism, and entitlement. By these tenets throughout the entire year and one's daily life, but to pay special homage to the idea of Black love. And whereas family members, friends, and members of the community can foster improving relationships as a central role in expressing love, acts to encourage researching, developing, practicing, and participating in activities and that demonstrate these talents, these tenets. Now, therefore, the Mayor Pro Tem and Council, Incorporated Town of Capitol Heights, do hereby proclaim a day of love with this proclamation. In so doing, we call upon individual citizens and other community organizations in the town of Capitol Heights to observe this day with appropriate programs and activities such as this. In witness thereof, the Mayor Pro Tem and Council of the Incorporated Town of Capitol Heights do hereby proclaim from thenceforward that February 13th be celebrated. In so doing, we call upon the town to love individually and collectively, and to advance its important message of giving and receiving love to one another within the community. It is signed by Mayor Pro Tem Renita A. Kaysen and council members. We offer you this proclamation, Sister Ayo Handy-Kendi, for all of your hard work, for the community that you engage, and for the many years that this effort will survive.
Give thanks. Give thanks. I'm surprised. Wow.
They should unmute for applause. This is about community.
Yay!
Yes.
Yay! Unmute and applauding. Yay!
Yay! Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah.
Who that is? That's DJ.
Yes.
Oh, the Lord. Oh, that's for little. Yay.
You deserve it, sister.
So historic. You're right.
Oh, Councilwoman Elaine.
Thanks, Elaine.
Yeah.
It is well deserved.
I'm so grateful to be part of the committee for the town, the Community Health and Environment Committee. That's how Black Love Day manifested in Capitol Heights. You know, I'm original, born and raised in Washington, D.C., lived there most of my life. And John and I moved to Capitol Heights, and now this is our 8th year in Capitol Heights. And Councilwoman Elaine, we have watched her out there putting Capitol Heights on the map. And she invited me to participate. And then she said, please, we really ought to have a Black Love Relationship ceremony in Capitol Heights. And so it was the first time we had the relationship ceremony in Maryland. Yeah. And so that is momentous. We give thanks, Councilwoman. I appreciate that. And you give all of the folks at the town center of Capitol Heights my appreciation and all of my Black love. Thank you very much. Please make sure you put your information in the chat. One of the things that we are in the process of doing, we have a food initiative going on because that was part of community building. So we're about to we are putting together a co-op. We have had so much evolution. If I start talking about it, please mute your phones. I think after the applause, I so appreciate so many of the efforts that you have driven, and having a Black Love Relationship ceremony was definitely yours. Thank you so much. Someone wants me to post the tenets of Black Love again. I am kind of in a challenge, sister, because of the manipulation of this computer that's sitting next to me with my fingers. I'm used to using a mouse, but they are indeed love for the creator, love for self. Oh, John's got it. Love for the family, love for the community, and love for the Black race. And so we are bringing on a number of the poets. We're bringing on a number of the groups and organizations that we actually had Black Love events either in their community, or we inspired them to initiate a Black Love event. And I'm very interested in hearing their presentations about how Black Love helped to enhance their community by having such an event. And I do affirm, Councilwoman Elaine, please make sure you put your connection there. She's another dynamo. She does so much. So I love you. I love you. I love you, Elaine. We have Johnson Lancaster, if he's here from St. Louis. We started having ceremonies in DC from 93. And the second person that we had a ceremony, a second community that we had a ceremony was in Richmond, Virginia. So Devon Chavis, are you still with us? Yes, I will be doing a healing workshop hopefully next week. Yes, it's the Adasi program. Thank you. Devon was here. I don't know if he's still here. Devon, unmute your mic if you are here. Let me see who else is here. Kymone Freeman, I know he was here. Are you still here? Kymone, brother Kymone. See, everybody in the community is so busy, they can't even stay.
Ayo.
Yes, you are here. Yay. Barbara, come on. Freeman.
No, this is Johnson.
Oh, Johnson. Yay. Hey, Baba. This is another one of my spiritual brothers. Baba Johnson Lancaster from St. Louis, Missouri. You got 5 minutes. What's been happening there in St. Louis since we had our Black Love Relationship Ceremony? You were the third community-based organization that had an event. Tell us how that impacted your community.
Well, first what I'd like to do is say thank you very much for developing what somebody else had mentioned to be the third nationally based Pan-African celebration. And I'm supposed that they mentioned the other two would be Juneteenth and Kwanzaa.
Yes.
And that Black Love Day is the third grassroots created, nationally based African-American holiday in this part of the Western Hemisphere. And we want to continue to thank Positive Energy Works and the African-American Holiday Association for creating the environment for that to happen under the leadership of Ayo Handy-Kendi. We were fortunate to be able to have our first Black Love Day celebration in St. Louis in 2002 as a public celebration, and Ayo was there. Ayo was there, and she helped us kick it off. And we met at a YMCA in the evening. We had about, I think we had about 30 or 40 people who showed up, and we did the atonement part and the reconciliation part. And it was very powerful.
Yes.
It was really powerful. And then 2 years later, she came back and we did it again in 2004. And that one was a bit of a refinement for what we started with. And then we actually ended up tweaking it a little bit and turning it into something called the Akoma Festival. The Akoma Festival is a multiple day festival. And it goes anywhere from 3 weeks to, from 3 days to 5 days. And we use, if it's a 3-day festival, we break the 5 tenets up into and celebrate them over the 3 days. If it's a 5-day festival, we do 1 tenet each day. So I wanted to try to use the screen share to show a couple of photographs. The photographs we have, one is from the celebration. I think this is 2000. I'm not sure which one this is, but Ayo was, I think it's 2004. Let me see if I can pull it up.
Okay. And Johnson, we're not able to see you at present, so.
Well, okay, I've got people moving around in the background.
Oh, okay, I got you.
So we may, at some point you may be able to see me after they're no longer in the background.
Okay, all right.
So let's see here.
You can screen share.
Okay, so all I need to do is what? Click on the artwork that I want to use.
Click on the green button.
Right.
And then when you see your whatever you want to share, you click on that, and then you hit share again.
Okay. All right. Let me see. So while I'm trying to bring that up, what we've always done is wanted to create a space, a safe space for the community to have a natural acceptance of ritual. So what we find is that organized religion has created in some of our people's mindsets dissatisfaction with ritual. And so what we want to do is show that ritual is something that's natural to us as African people in the Western Hemisphere. And that's why we developed a public approach to Black Love Day. And one of the, let's see, what's it here? I'm trying to bring up the this particular photo. Okay. Can you see that picture? I have a picture.
Oh, wow, look at that.
This is, you see that picture?
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, this is you, Ayo, and standing next to you is one of the members of our collective in front of the Kinara and the elements of Black Love Day on the table, and the red, black, and green. And we also have, we made sure that we had plants nearby, an African cloth in the background, an African cloth on the table. So that's one of the celebrations. And then we have, I'd like to also show a series of altars. These are altars that we have. Here's one.
And Johnson, the brother who's making these akomas.
Yeah, okay, I wanted to talk about the akomas.
Yes.
So what we did when we decided to extend Black Love Day into what we call the Akoma Festival is that we wanted to highlight the main symbol of Black Love Day, which is the akoma. And we used purple wood, purple hardwood.
Ooh.
And we have a series of crafts people that are affiliated with our collective called Freedom Creations. And those brothers use the purple hardwood to create these wonderful wooden akomas. And we make that akoma part of the display. And we sent Ayo one. If you look at her screen, it's behind her.
Altar, you see my akoma is right here on my altar. Mm-hmm. We'll show that after your slideshow. That is beautiful, Johnson.
And then we have another approach to a display. This is when we did the program at one of our affiliated groups, Sabayet. Is a collective that has a study group, and we also do Kwanzaa activities with them. And this is when they open their space up for us to do an Akoma festival in that particular neighborhood. And this is the display we had for that particular program.
Oh, that's beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful.
And then a part of the program, we would, here's another display. This is the one that we had here. We have an exhibit corner at Progressive Emporium and Education Center, that's our retail store and community center that we operate. So in the celebrations, in the public celebrations that we do with Black Love Day, we also concentrate on spiritual purification and cleansing as well. So then we'll take jasmine incense and use that to cleanse people. We'll have them stand in front of those who administrate the ritual, and they'll burn the jasmine incense around the person's body. We're attempting to do a cosmic realignment and cleansing of that person as they meditate on what Black Love Day means to them. And then the last picture is we did a Black Love Day celebration at an elementary school around the corner from Progressive called Pamoja Academy, which is an African-centered elementary school that we're partnered with. We've been partnered with since they established themselves about, I think it's been about 8 years now. And this is their display that they put up in the hallway for all the students and teachers to see. And two of the members of our collective One's a teacher named Njoki Redding, and her assistant, wow, I don't know why I forgot the name so fast. Iris, Sister Iris, daughter Iris, who was Mama Njoki's assistant. They put together this display at Pamoja Academy. So you see it utilize the bulletin board behind there, and then set up a table with the Akoma as the centerpiece, copy of the second edition of the Black Love Day book, and that wonderful ankh in the center between the two candles, and other elements with the purple as one of the major colors, symbolic colors of Black Love Day. So what we've done is, besides the public celebrations that we had with affiliated groups, we also go into our schools and make sure that the children begin to understand the concepts of Black Love Day, and that they grow into adults who have an appreciation for spreading the tenets of Black Love Day in their own families, and continue to keep it going as a tradition and custom in our community. So that's basically it. I'd be more than willing to entertain any questions.
Baba, only because of time, I'm going to ask if people could please leave your information in the chat room. But truly, if someone has a question, I will not deny that. They will type it in the chat, and we will bring up the question. All of the altars are beautiful. The work that you have done to expand Black Love Day in that area, I know has made a difference. The bookstore has been a gathering place, and at one point y'all were having skating parties for Black Love Day, you know, and what we had always affirmed has actually occurred. My friend said, I remember when this started, and I was telling you that you needed to trademark it. And I said, no, Dr. Karenga didn't trademark Kwanzaa, and I don't think you trademark holiday celebrations and rituals. You just give it to the people. And because especially if it's been spiritually given to you, you know, it's not an actual, how can I, it's not an intellectual thing that created Black Love Day. And so what has occurred is, by being open, things that you all are sharing, I'm about to cry, because I feel so thankful to just see the displays. And remember that night we were there and it was all cold and rainy.
Right. But we went outside. We went outside and did that.
Right. We couldn't do the ritual in the school, which you'll see tonight. We can do it here in my home. Okay, that's okay. Come on, we got you. We're gonna bring you back. We couldn't do the ritual inside of the school because of all the fire alarms was going to go off. So, you know, we had to come up with something creative. So we took an urn and we actually had the burning of our concerns, of what we call our reconciliation statements. And we put on our coats, remember?
Right. And went out in the cold. And
it was freezing. It was cold.
Ayo, someone asked the question, what did the children put on the bulletin board behind the altar?
Okay.
And what we did is we had the children come up with their interpretations of the Akoma and what Black Love Day meant to them. And then we selected a few of them and put them behind the altar display on the bulletin board. And we felt that it was necessary to have their participation.
Yes.
Because what we're doing is we're socializing our own children.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, as opposed to allowing the greater society, the dominant society, to be in charge of that socialization. We have to do that. We have to raise children with an African-centered frame of reference, and that's why we make sure that we do these celebrations in the community, and that we include the entire family. It's important to us to make that happen. We want to propagate these ideas so that they permeate, completely permeate all levels of our community.
Yeah.
And stop this notion that ritual is something negative in our community.
Yes.
Ritual is not negative. Ritual is very positive and leads to spiritual growth and development. And that's one of the main reasons why we make our Black Love Day celebration, the Akoma Festival is what we're calling it now, with Black Love Day as a centerpiece. We make that a very public celebration.
Good, thanks. Good, thanks. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So if people do want ideas on what they can do with the children, the adults, how to internalize these 5 tenets, showing love for the creator, for the ourselves, for the Black family, the Black community, and the Black race. Please get the Black Love book. Johnson, we actually sent your books off. Yes, we did. And so they'll be to you, I think, on Tuesday. And Johnson Lancaster is leaving his name of the organization is the Progressive Employment and Education Center in St. Louis, Missouri. And it's not just a bookstore, it's a health center, it's a gathering place. It's a really wonderful, wonderful community-based addition to that particular community. And I love you. Now, Johnson lived here in DC, and that's how we got to know each other. He was part of Positive Energy newsletter. He was one of our first editors when he was here at Howard. And that's how we got to know. And I think he went back home to St. Louis, and he took Black Love Day with him when he did. So I thank you, Asante Sana, Baba. And
those are some very, those were part of my formative years, being one of the first editors of Positive Energy newsletter, and then also helping you when you got the African American Holiday Association started.
Yes.
We planned some of the first Black Holiday Expos.
Yes.
And you know, I was already involved with the collective that owned and operated the Progressive Emporium. I was just an exchange student in DC. That's what I call my time there. I was an exchange student, getting information and training that I could take back to my community.
Alhamdulillah. I just appreciate.
And then of course I left my oldest brother, well, not my oldest brother, but my older brother, Siddiqui Azikwe. He came and took my place. He's been in DC since I left.
Yes, and please, for those who know Siddiqui, who's been doing the beautiful drumming at some of the programs with the African Holistic Health Association, that's Johnson's brother. And so it's been a family affair in this relationship with him and his whole entire family. Baba, I'm going to give you the Inya Akoma greeting as we press on. I know that this program has gone a little longer. I hope you can stay until the end. But I thank you so much for your contribution. And my heart is so warm and you sharing how Black Love Day has extended into the Akoma days, and it's a daily celebration for a number of days, with the Black Love Day, the February the 13th being at the centerpiece. I give thanks.
But let me just say this: if people are interested in getting the purple with Akoma,
yes, I want one.
They can just, oh, you want another one?
Sure, because when I do my community work, instead of me having to take my personal one out, like I do my kanaz, I have about 4 different kanaz to teach Kwanzaa celebrations. So yeah, I would love to have another Akoma.
Okay, well, I've just been informed that we might not actually be doing them in purple wood, but we could do them in a nice wood.
Okay, I think that's what I want. I want the purple wood. I'll wait. I'll wait.
Well, I've been told by the craftsmen that it's a little bit too difficult to work with.
I can imagine.
That's why we are just concentrating on a different type of wood that still is attractive and still carries the spirit because of the energy that we put into them. But if people are interested in the wood akoma, they can contact us at Progressive. And we'll,
and anybody who's online that does not know what an akoma is this symbol. You all know it is the heart. We all grew up with in the public school system of giving thank you, Kai. Trying to listen at best. Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you so much. You sure have been with us since the beginning. This symbol is not a Valentine. It is an akoma, which is it's an African symbol. It is an Adinkra symbol, and it's an ancient symbol, and it was co-opted by Europeans around the 15th century. My research showed us, and it was made into the symbol of a Valentine. And so we're Sanko for bringing our people back. Baba, I'm gonna have to cut you loose, and I love you. And we have Brother Kymone with us. I don't want to lose him because he's
Nakupenda sana.
Asante sana, brother.
Nakupenda sana. Asante sana.
Asante sana.
Nia Koma.
Nia Koma. Oh, okay. Let's see. We do have. Okay, here we go. I think we do have. Okay, calling John. I'm not sure. You mean Johnson? Okay, yes. Nawasha said he gonna call you right off the bat. Okay, brother, come on. You got your 5 minutes. I know you're gonna make good use of it. Brother Kymone Freeman is the owner and the founder of We Act Radio. But years ago when I met him, he respected me and honored me in a great way. He was introducing a Black Love Festival in Washington, D.C., and he said as he was walking around telling people about it, people said, you need to go see Mama Ayo.
That's right.
Come on. And he did, and I blessed him. And I said, you know, we need more Black love. Go for it. And he has blessed me. He blessed me for years and asked me to be the grandmother of the Black Love Festival in DC. And you know, people always say, oh, we get confused. How can you have both? And we did it, didn't we? Come on.
Yeah, because like what? We need more Black love, not less.
That's right. That's right. Who are you? Come on, talk to the people.
Man, I'm an angry Black man in therapy, and with your breathing techniques, I've been able to get through all of this. And but when you make it sound like that, like I made some money, I just made some noise. I'm just here to honor you and this community that you have cultivated, and this resilient community that you've cultivated. And I'm honored to have played a small part of it. And I have to tell you this, I don't know if you knew this, that had it not been for the Black Love Festival that you inspired, that you are blessed to continue, had it not been for that effort, two things actually. One, I would say that Dr. Frances Cress Wilson, who we had the pleasure of honoring in 2008 when former Congresswoman Cynthia McKinney presented her with what we call the Fannie Lou Hamer Award for Community Service. And if anyone Googles Fannie Lou Hamer name now, typically the #1 picture that comes up is her accepting that award on the Black Love Festival stage with the mic in her hand, and I see that picture everywhere and framed everywhere. I'm just so proud, because what she said to me that day that really broke my heart really is that she said that she had never received an award before.
Oh, wow.
And that this was her encouragement to continue with her work. And I was like,
oh, wow.
So that's what we're here for. We're here to take care of each other, look out for each other. We're not here for what the society says. This is the woman that was fired from Howard University. This is a woman that was demonized by Western institutions of medicine. And oftentimes we kind of shun away a little bit when people we admire come under fire, you know? And if it wasn't for the tenements of Black love, I don't think we've been able to stand the test of time and as Shaka Khan would say, through the fire.
Yeah.
But what I want to also tell you was that I, in doing the Black Love Festival, met so many people who were instrumental in my development, instrumental in the founding of We Act Radio. So had I not done the Black Love Festival that set off an unforeseen chain of events, then I wouldn't have any of the things I have now or accomplish any things I've accomplished now. I stepped out on faith doing what I could do. They have words for this now. They call it the creative economy. You know, they got buzzwords to categorize it and everything. But what we was doing then was what you know, like you said, it came to you after watching Malcolm X, and you was on the bus and you said we needed more Black love. It came to me going home from the Million Man March because we was told to go back to our communities and do something. This is why We Act Radio always says do something. People don't know that. But it didn't come to me till I was jumping off cliffs in Jamaica, because oftentimes when you don't have a blueprint in front of you and you are the trailblazer, we need to be reminded that all those that wander are not lost. And I think that we should all dedicate some portion of our lives to wandering, searching. You know, what Roy Ed said, searching. What do you think? You know, like we need to get in tune with that. You know, we need to really get in tune with what's going on and what we can control. We so disheartened about what is beyond our control, but there's so many things within our control. And I think that what Black Love has done was reinforce our abilities to control what we can. And I don't know how much time I got here, but I just want to say that I love you. I'm indebted to you. I hope that all the good things come to you. I was so disheartened to learn about people like you who have done so much to give, who have suffered so much in loss. You know, and I hope that you get rewarded in some shape, form, or flower. You hear me say flowers, right? In your lifetime, because you truly deserve it, and you meant so much to me. But a lot of people, our people, sad to say, still are lacking that last little nugget of confidence and courage that is needed to really act on our ability to do something for ourselves, you know? And so I want to just address that a little bit, because whenever I hear someone say, oh, I can't wait till this is over, I can't wait till we get back to normal, I'm like, what was normal? Was it normal? What we was going through and what we've been going through, that's normal? We have accepted our conditions. You know, we're supposed to always resist. That's been the one constant thread throughout our entire time in the Western civilization, has been resistance. So I don't know why we should stop now. So let me share this with you and your audience. This is a quote from Milton Freeman, who is not a progressive, but you guys may be familiar with some of his words. He's the one who coined the phrase, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Okay, we've all repeated that, and this is the man that penned that phrase. But he said something I think really speaks to the fierce urgency of now. He says, only a crisis, actual or perceived, produces real change. When that crisis occurs, the actions that are taken depend on the ideas that are laying around. That, I believe, is our basic function, to develop alternatives to existing policies, to keep them alive and available until the politically impossible becomes the politically inevitable. It is inevitable that we will change this system. It's inevitable that we will not be the permanent underclass in this society. It is inevitable that we will no longer continue to call our oppression normal. You know, I go in a classroom with kids, and I say, how many of y'all know someone has been shot? All their hands go up. How many of y'all know somebody's in jail? All their hands go up. These are children.
Yeah.
And I said, do you think that's normal? You go into other areas around the world, you don't see that, but we call that normal.
Mm-hmm.
That's part of Black Love is addressing that, you know. And my last thing I want to say is that a lot of people are so familiar with Martin Luther King's last speech, but they're not as familiar with his next to his last speech, which was given right here in Washington, D.C., and it was given March 31st, 1968, right? And it was called Remaining Awake During a Great Revolution. And I submit to you that we are in the midst of a great revolution. And this is my closing comment. And I'm sorry I didn't have it right in front of me, so let me get it right here. Boom, 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 boom. Because a lot of people, you remember that story, or he talks about Rumpelstiltskin, the guy that went to sleep for years.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the story was, as I'm looking for the quote, the story was that, Rip Van Winkle, that's what, Rip Van Winkle. Rip Van Winkle, who went to sleep, and he said that when he went to sleep, when he went up to the mountains to go to sleep, the sign at the base of the mountain said King George. But when he woke up and came back down the mountain, it said President Washington. He had slept through a revolution. He had slept through a revolution. And that's what I wanted to point out. Hold on a second, I'm gonna pull this up here.
He had slept through a revolution. Wow.
Slept through a revolution, man.
Kymone and I have been so blessed. We've been on Roland Martin's show together.
Yeah. You know, I couldn't get up here on Roland Martin's show by myself talking about Black Love. They say,
no, you got me on there.
Yeah, don't be telling everybody what we do for each other. That's what we do for each other. We take it. All right, here's the quote. All right. He says that one of the great liabilities of life is that all too many people find themselves living amid a great period of social change. And yet they fail to develop the new attitudes, the new mental responses that the new situation demands. They end up sleeping through a revolution. This crisis has created what? We are now forced to educate our own children. Yeah. We're now forced to take our health into our own hands. We are now forced to think consciously about our health and our environment every time we walk out the door. You know, these are things. It's such an exciting time to be alive. I'm just so privileged to be fairly young enough to be out here and wrestle with the powers that be. You know, I had for those who don't know, we was out here getting tear gassed by the police. You know, everybody saw these crackers run up in the Capitol. They was greeted with selfies and all allowed to leave a crime scene where a cop was murdered. You know, they like, come back again, you hear? You know, yeah. But we're witnessing white supremacy on trial right now, and I think it's in its dying days. And if white supremacy is dying, then Black love must be rising. I think that's what got these folks so shook and trying to make America great again, because it's the browning of America. And whether they like it or not, we all gonna be black when the lights go out. So here we are. They say the first to rule last, the last to rule first. So I think we about to complete that equation.
Ashe, ashe, ashe. Well said, Brother Kymone. Thank you so much. Inya Akoma, thank you so much. I'm so glad you were able to stay. I really was. How's my little son?
My favorite 11-year-old, Kepler the Rising Sun.
Yeah. We were blessed. Dr. Kokayi and I was blessed to be at his naming ceremony, and a lot of connections have occurred with Kymone and I also over the years, and we're just so grateful. I love you, Kymone. I love you. I love you
all. And I believe in you all.
And I believe in you. I believe in you. And listen, please make sure you put your information in the chat from We Act Radio, because this is the brother who is the founder of We Act Radio right down here on Martin Luther King Avenue here in Southeast. And so I think that
Martin King Avenue.
yeah, I think that came out of just this evolution. So I give thanks to you. Let's see who else we have still hanging around. Let's go with it. Let's see, John, I know you're up there by yourself. So find Eliza Cooper's video if you can, since she submitted it. We want to have her. Is my brother and his wife here, Mawasha? Are you with us? I think I saw you. And Deron Chavis, I think Deron had to leave. I think they both had to leave. Oh, okay. So we're going to bring on Eliza Cooper, who's over here in Baltimore. And let's go for it. Maybe by then they will have said, yeah, we're here.
Jumbo, my name is Eliza Cooper, and I'm saying hello to you from Baltimore City. Every year for the past 5 years, I've been hosting a Black Love Day celebration through my business, Live Holistically Balanced, in partnership with Thriving Communities Collaborative, of which I'm the director. We've been hosting in-person celebrations, but this year we are hosting a virtual celebration. So in my presentations, in my in-person presentations, we've been having a segment that we call community sharing, where I invite vendors and programs and organizations to share what resources they have available to the community. And one of the things we do is also invite that vendor, the person who is there representing an organization, to share about who they are and why they're passionate about what they do. And that's been a big hit every year. The characteristics of the Akoma, which is the sacred symbol for Black Love Day, are love, patience, goodwill, endurance, and faithfulness. These characteristics are so important. And you think, well, why do I have to have patience with somebody? Why do I have to endure? And when you start thinking about yourself or your spouse or your child, you're like, oh yeah, have you ever met a person who's perfect? So we do. We have to exercise patience and goodwill and love towards one another. So if we can do that for ourselves and for our families, we can also do that in our community. And that's what I talk about. When someone does wrong and they're not close to us, we don't have a problem of distancing ourselves and shaming and blaming. But when it's one of our own, then we can exercise that patience, that goodwill, the endurance, that faithfulness, that love. So we need to do that towards everyone, not just ourselves and our families. And that's one of the things that I promote every time I come together with a group of people and talk about why we're together and what goals we should have for healing. I want to see Black Love Day is a day of accountability. So I always ask people, just think about creating a love and action plan and plan to heal beginning with yourself. It can be small or it can be big. You can make it for your family, you can make it for your neighborhood, for your community. But what can you accomplish in a year? And when we reach the next Black Love Day, because this is an annual celebration, we can look back and reflect over what we've accomplished, what our love and action plan has brought to fruition. So you set your intention to learn, grow, and heal by creating that love and action plan for the year. And we know it takes effort, organization, and fortitude to follow through. And it may not be without some pain, because we know sometimes when we heal, we do have a little bit of pain. But that's okay, because then comes the joy and the celebration that we can have when we transformed our lives. So some of the community practices I encourage everyone to do are when we greet each other, say Habari Ghana, like we do on the days of Kwanzaa. What's the news? And then we should respond, Nia, or purpose, or Imani, faith, or whatever it is. The other thing I encourage is that we practice Zola. Zola means to activate love. And Dr. Theophia Jackson, who's the president of the Association of Black Psychologists, promotes the same, Zola up on we. And that we should not be ashamed to say this as African-American people. Zola up on we. It means unity. Let's have unity, with the understanding that I can't be in a good space if my people are not in a good space. So Zola, let's activate love. Finally, I always end my meetings now with Harambe. I just started that this year. Harambe, let's all pull together and say it 7 times. And when you do that, it's actually like a breathing exercise that helps us to heal. It's actually an affirmation that helps us to heal. And so I do that and I encourage that, and I've been getting an excellent response. And so that's what I've been doing for the Black community in Baltimore. Thank you so much.
Another sister who we embrace. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I got to remember that I am muted. No, I'm not muted. Okay, here we go. Eliza, we appreciate you. Are you on the line? Let's see. Okay, she wasn't able to stay. So we just wanted to thank her too, because she actually, from the Black Love Experience, she wrote a book about relationships, and her book shares all the many ways to keep your relationships vibrant, and suggestions and concepts, and it's all kinds of powerful suggestions. And another person, I just really honestly appreciate her. So only because I know we got Ricky coming on. Remember, the relationship ceremony is going to happen after this at 7 o'clock. So we got to definitely keep some timing here. I'm going to do my best to stay on time. A sister made a very important comment about how I supported them in Richmond with the grave sites there. I do remember going down to Richmond, and so Devon Chavis also initiated the Black Love Relationship Ceremony in Richmond, Virginia, and from it grew Happily Natural Day. And Happily Natural Day has been going on for a number of years, and I've been extremely blessed to yes, thank you. I love the concepts that she's come up with. Johnson, I see you back on. And so I know that that was an initiative that grew out of the Black Love Day event there. Wakesa is in Chicago, and thank you so much. I am so sorry. I don't think we've been able. I don't think they've been able to find your artwork. So because I'm sure they would have let me know. But I just wanted to thank you for your patience and understanding that. Yes. So Eliza has her event listed on Eventbrite because she's been doing workshops. Wakesa, I understand he's not in Chicago, he's in Atlanta. And I understand that he's had, I don't know how many celebrations, and I just kind of heard about Wakesa that he was happening in Atlanta. And I think the Mwasha family, they have their celebration, I think in, I know they were in New York. They were part of Smatawi, Queen of Fua's folks. And then I understand that maybe they're in Jersey now, and they are therapists, and they have created a Coma Day concept also. They use the Coma Day similar to Dr. Karinga's with 7 principles. So our affirmation is that all these groups and organizations under the umbrella of the African American Holiday Association, revived, is going to create an association of Black love groups, organizations, so that we can impact even more. Of course, when we come together in unity, we make a bigger fist. All right, Johnson, I don't know if you're up. Are you trying to say something? Unmute your mic if you are. All right, well, we're going to take that bio break. John, I don't know where you are. We're going to take a quick bio break. If you found those videos about beautiful Black man and beautiful Black woman, if you have those, if you put those on while people are going and to relax themselves. And I want you to come right back, because we have a dynamic friend, Sister Freedome, Nsoroma L, and she is another one of my super hangout buddies, my sister. We have a video from Brother Terri, Sister Terri and Brother Duku. Brandon Greene is also a video. Sister Nia 2X, and entrepreneur. We got video from LeShell. Mertine and Roach, are you still with us? I know you were here earlier. Okay, they may have had to leave. And then Anise Jenkins, I don't know if Anise ever got on. And I don't know if Sam P.K. Collins got on. So I think we did pretty good. We're a half an hour beyond the 5 o'clock.
Hi, Ayo.
Who's there? Who's there?
Isaiah.
Hey, Isaiah.
Hi, Ayo.
You've been hanging with us all day. I love you, Isaiah. That's what yeah. Hey, Inya Akoma. I love your mask. These are my nephews.
How are you?
How are you?
How are you?
Blessed Black Love Day to you three.
Ayo, I gotta take them outside just for 5 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Somebody, I muted myself. Hold on.
I'm speaking both of your pictures.
Okay. Yes, Miss Donna, this is my sister.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, everybody.
Hi,
everybody.
I have 3 kings in here, and they are on high energy, so we have to go outside and at least walk down the street or something. So we'll be back.
Okay. You're going to try to come back for the relationship ceremony tonight?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, I'll tell you this. Kings, you all did wonderful.
They did. They were engaged at a lot of parts.
Oh, great. We because we thought of the book fair and the children's activity would be the children's part of it, so we made this more the adult side. So I'm just so thankful that they were able to hang in there, and it wasn't too much talk for them. But God bless you, Donna. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And brothers, y'all be strong, okay? Y'all be strong. She calls them the 3 kings because they're all up in age. John, did you find that piece about you didn't find it, did you? My Black is Beautiful. The sister singing My Black is Beautiful.
No.
You didn't? You didn't find it for My Black is Beautiful for the brothers? But you did find Anna Mwalagho? Good. Please play Anna Mwalagho as a way of getting this day going. And if you do need to go take that bio break, you all, we have the opportunity to do that now. I got a chance to ease out for a minute. But certainly Anna Mwalagho. Somewhere. Perfect. Oh, I hope this works.
Somewhere in Africa, a mother is crying for the daughter lost in the USA. Somewhere in Africa, a father is crying for the son lost in Europe. Somewhere in Africa. Oh, a child is crying for the parents lost in the diaspora. They say that I come from the dark continent, Africa. They say that I come from the dark continent, Africa. The last time I checked the word dark in the dictionary, it meant evil or wickedness, without knowledge or enlightenment, a state of ignorance, difficult to understand, the absence of light. But I still believe in Africa, and I'm proud to be an African, because even though my continent has been marred by civil wars, ethnic wars, tribal wars, and HIV and AIDS is killing my people in masses, while the world watches and the media shows with no remorse, please do not let the media fool you, because to them, news is only when it bleeds, it reads. But I'm not going to abandon my people, and I'm not going to disown my ancestors, and no matter what they say, I am not going to deny my race. Instead, I have chosen to stand up for Africa. I have chosen to defend my history, protect my land, eliminate the perpetrators and their wickedness, and declare peace in the name of justice. Let us not forget that Africa is the richest continent in natural resources. From gold to diamond, rubber to copper, timber to oil, Africa is widely known for its tourism industry. Africa exports tea, coffee, just to name a few. Africa is beautifully endowed with the Great Rift Valley, the Victoria Falls, the pyramids, the oceans, and even its people. And now, 80% of the world's supply of coltan, a mineral that is used to manufacture cell phones, computers, PlayStations in the whole world, is found in Africa. Tell me, what darkness comes from all this light? Yet some of my people want to turn our blessings to curses, letting their flesh control their spirit, making a brother kill his own brother, kill his own father, rape his own mother and his own sister in the name of money, power, riches, and fame. Why are we failing to understand that if we stand up together, rid ourselves of all the corrupt leaders, we can attain riches beyond our imagination, for we are already rich. And if we have to trade, let us not exchange our minerals for cheap change while the Western world reaps all the benefits. Let us not exchange our minerals for arms to kill our own people, who then will stand for us if we cannot stand together for ourselves. Instead, let us exchange our minerals for better machinery and technology so we can become self-sufficient. And instead of depending on the West, we can all work together. For if we let our selfish interests control us, some of our leaders putting our lives on the line just to fatten their big fat bellies, then we are saying that we did not learn from colonization and slavery, and it will be sad to say that history repeats itself. Why are we helping to build other nations and continents while we watch Mother Africa crumble and fall? I'm crying for revolution, and I'm searching for followers, and I'm looking for peacemakers. And until the world says that there shall be no more blood, no more rape, no more poverty on my diamonds, no more blood, no more rape, no more poverty on my gold, no more blood, no more rape, no more poverty in my oil, and no more blood, no more rape, no more poverty on my cell phone. We as a people need to stand up together and defend what is ours. Fight for what is ours. Own what is ours. In peace and not in war. So just like Martin Luther King Jr. had a dream, I too have a dream. I have a dream that one day Africa shall lend and give aid to the world. Oh yes. And I have a dream that one day we shall find the cure to HIV and AIDS and rid our continent of this dreaded disease. And I have a dream that one day our children shall teach the Western children our culture instead of it being vice versa. And I have a dream that one day all the Africans will stand together, speak in one voice, and together form and create one country, one continent. The United States of... The United States of... The United States of Africa. So listen to our mothers calling. For when Mama Africa calls, we must answer. And I know that we shall get to the mountain top. Thank you. Hey. Thank you very much. I know so many of you know Miriam Makeba. Everybody know Miriam Makeba? Some of you? I will end with a song, and this song is Malaika. If you feel that you like the song, you can sing it with me. Malaika, nakupenda malaika. Yes. nami nifanyeje kijana mwenzio nashindwa na mali sina we ningekuwa wa malaika pesa zasumbua roho yangu pesa zasumbua roho yangu ningekuwa wa mama ningekuwa wa baba nashindwa na mali sina we ningekuwa wa malaika malaika nakupenda malaika malaika nakupenda malaika ningekuwa maliwe ningekuwa machacha nashindwa mali sina we ningekuwa malaika. Somewhere in Africa, oh, a child is crying.
Info. In your Akoma, we are coming down the pike here to the Black Love Tenet for the Black race. And we're going to do our best to flow through this and give everyone their just due. I have to do a little breathing before the relationship ceremony, but blessedly we have our altar already set up, and but we have to do this sound check, and so we have to ensure that we kind of stop this maybe about 6:10 or 6:15. I want to thank all of you who have hung with us today and breathed with us today and loved with us today. Oh my goodness, it's been so full. I've had so many moments of tears and so many moments of tears of joy. And that was Sister Mwalagho. That was Sister Mwalagho. And her husband is on the line, Brandon Greene. So Mwalagho still goes by her stage name of Mwalagho, Anna Mwalagho. And, but I'm sure that she has her last name. We're gonna bring our sister Freedome, Nsoroma Ayo. Sister Freedome, dear friend, been with me in so many different moments of my life, spreading her Black love. And the Black love for the tenet for Black love for the race is so important. And so Anna spoke to that. She spoke to how we've got to love Mother Africa and we've got to elevate it. So Freedome has an amazing concept called Library Cafe Ghana. So I'm going to give her 5 minutes and let her share with you whatever she wants to share, because she's a dynamic singer also. And I'm not sure how she's going to bring forth her beautiful Black love. Sister Freedome, Nsoroma L.
Oh, Ayo, I want to thank you so much for having me. That's first and foremost. I just want to thank you and give you all the light and love that I have inside to share today. We're going to start off with that. So in pursuit of something to add to the reprogramming, because I don't think of this as a program, I think of this as a reprogramming, because that's what we need in this time. Yeah. So in pursuit of my part of this reprogramming, I asked myself the question, what actually is love? And I went around and I asked a couple of people, quite a few people actually, and I came up with answers like energy or energy, happiness, and some say joy. And there's not a big difference between happiness and joy, but joy talks about the feeling. So Ayo means joy. talks about the feeling of happiness, having the feeling of happiness. And happiness is this state of well-being, a state of contentment and satisfaction with your experiences. And so as we started to talk about those kinds of things, I started to think about the fact that we all start as children. And a lot of our programming begins as children. And the idea of love and being happy as children evolves and becomes in question as we grow, because people don't pay a lot of attention to the happiness of others, especially not the happiness of children. We want them to do the right things. We want them to, work in the right ways. And so we have these ideas about how we're going to bring up our children, what we're going to do to create, a good situation for our children, laying a good foundation for our children. But we forget about their happiness and ours too, because we all start out as children. So I wanted to read something to you, share something with you. Everyone, as we grow, are reminded continually that we all set out on this journey as children. So the prophet Kahlil Gibran, when asked to speak to us of children, says, "Your children are not your children. They are the sons and the daughters, the suns and the moons of life's longing for itself. They come through you, but they are not from you. And though they are with you, they belong not to you. You can give them your love, but not your thoughts. They have their own thoughts. You can house their bodies, but not their souls. For their souls dwell in the house of tomorrow, where you cannot visit, not even in your dreams. You can strive to be like them, but you cannot make them just like you. Strive to be like them, but you cannot make them just like you." Now, Sweet Honey in the Rock turned that into a song. Your children are not your children. They are the sons and the daughters of life's longing for itself. They come through you, but they are not from you. And though they are with you, they belong not to you. Okay, so we go on with that song, but they get to this end part and they forget this part that Kahlil Gibran wrote. It says, "For life goes not backward, nor tarries with yesterday. You are the bows from which your children as living arrows are sent forth." The archer sees the mark upon the path of the infinite, and he bends you with his might, that his arrows may go swift and far. Let your bending in the archer's hand be for gladness. Now that's where the Black love comes in. Because if we allow our children to come into this world with love and gladness for their coming forth, because remember, they come through you, but they are not from you. They are not sent here by you. They're not brought here by you. They are only delivered through you. So he says, let your bending in the archer's hand be of gladness. For even as he loves the arrow that flies, so he loves also the bow that is stable. So he loves also the bow that is stable. So here we are in this place of time. Okay. Okay. So in any family, in any community, in any country, there are, like in a forest, relationships being forged all the time. And as we all know, relationships come with their challenges, right? Everybody knows when you're in a challenge with someone, it's because you're in deep relationship with them. Okay, there have been many books written and systems put in place to help us navigate these relationships. And I think that it is primarily because when problems arise, we forget. We forget our humanity. We forget our Black love. We forget our self-love. We forget the knowledge of the truth. We forget right and wrong. And we're giving power to anger, hate, suffering, basically all of those things that put us in discord with the universe. So today, I have an exercise to help us, to help guide us through the main tenet for Black love, in my estimation, and that is the tenet of forgiveness. So today I'd like you to just stretch out your hands, relax your body. That's what I always do in the Library Cafe Ghana. So we have several things that we do. We pray, we discuss the truth, we foster unity, we come with understanding and patience, and most importantly, forgiveness. So today I want you to stretch out your arms, your hands, and I want you to close your eyes. And I want you to listen. Because I'm going to sing a song to you today about forgiveness. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right. Take a deep breath. It doesn't really matter what you did anymore. It doesn't really matter what you did it for, who you did it to. I forgive you. I forgive you. I forgive you. Totally, completely. Now. Right here, right now. What a freedom, just releasing from my heart, from my mind and soul. It doesn't really matter whether I understand. It doesn't really matter about our future plans. I still love you. And I forgive you. I forgive you. I forgive you. Totally, completely. No. What a feeling, just releasing from my heart, from my mind and soul. I no longer wanna hold on to anything that doesn't make me strong. And I don't wanna care no more about right or wrong. I just wanna be whole again. I wanna be free again. I wanna be me again. I just want to heal. I just wanna heal. I just wanna heal. I don't want no pain no more. I wanna be whole. So I forgive you. I forgive you. I forgive you. Totally, completely. What a freedom, just releasing from my heart, from my mind, and soul. Now hold on before you open your eyes. I want you to know that release is the most important thing. Release is the most important thing to healing. Release, because the anger and the things that we hold on to only create a constipation of the soul. It binds us to a past moment and doesn't allow us to move forward. So I'm asking you today, I'm beseeching you, I'm begging you, please, oh, I beg you, release through forgiveness and move our lives to a new and more wonderful place. Thank you so much for having me.
Anytime. Let me come up slowly from that. I say, oh my gosh. That was so powerful, Freedom. Yes, sing. Erica. That was so beautiful. Freedom, I think that might have been in the relationship ceremony, but that is a certain beautiful segue.
I'm so glad it was here because I know that Ricky's gonna tear it up, boy. She's gonna just take it to the next level. So,
well, I mean, you know,
if I can contribute any love to that journey, I'm ready.
I love Sister Vicky, but Sister Freedom is tough enough, huh? That was so powerful. That took me to really
one to no one, Queen.
Oh, no, that was beautiful. Thank you. Yes, forgiveness.
Thank you for birthing this baby, Ayo Handy-Kendi.
Oh, we give thanks. We give thanks. And thank you for being on the journey with me in so many different ways. And right now, Freedom's on another journey as her love for the Black race, the love for the Black people. You know, they said there's no biological reason to talk about, to say that we are race. So I've been trying to work on saying race. So the Black group or the tribe, okay. So she is coordinating and creating and manifesting Library Cafe Ghana. So please put that information in chat because you'll get a chance to hear Freedom sing more often and read stories and just be the beautiful, loving spirit that she is. Asante Sana, Freedom. Thank you for being here for us this day. I smell food in my kitchen. So John Davies, John, tech person. Yeah, it does feel like Library Cafe Ghana. It sure does, Lona. I was thinking that had we been able to have created that second room. That's what that could have been too, a library cafe Ghana there. So that was really, really amazing. Let's see, John, we have a video by Terri and about Sister Duku. Then Brandon Greene is going to speak and show his video. I think his video is short. And I believe that all the rest of our participants have left us for the day. I don't see them, and so unless they are here, Mertine and Roach Brown, I can share with you the information. But this is another couple. Sister Nia, be speaking next.
Peace, love, and guidance. My name is Duku.
And my name is Terri.
And we're the Akashas.
As well as being husband and wife, we are co-founders of the Black Love Foundation.
We want to thank Mama Ayo Handy-Kendi for inviting us to speak at the 28th anniversary celebration of Black Love Day.
When we think of love relationships, we tend to think in singular terms, which are based on the feelings an individual has to a noun. In elementary school, we learned that a noun is a person, place, or thing.
But love is more than a noun. To say that love is merely a state of being is an incomplete statement. Love is also a verb because love can also be an action word.
So today, we would like to share 5 words associated with the love that we call the 5 C's of love.
The first C of love is commitment. Commitment in love can be looked at as a type of pledge of allegiance to a person such as your mate, a group or organization such as your church, an idea such as freedom, a nation, race, or anything else you may think of. This pledge or commitment requires us to act in a way that supports our professed love.
The next C of love is compassion. To be compassionate is to be sympathetic, understanding, and sensitive to the pain and suffering of others. While compassion is a state of being, simply being compassionate is not transparent. The only way compassion is proven is to show it. Listening, being kind, and refraining from judging are several ways to show compassion. When compassion is reciprocated, love relationships have a higher likelihood of survival.
The third C of love is communication. There are many ways to communicate, but people tend to think communication is merely speaking effectively. Talking or speaking is a way to give information, but communication is an exchange of information. Listening is equally as important as the proper use of vocabulary. Without listening, there may be no exchange of information. This can lead to unnecessary misunderstandings that may result in strained relationships. Some people approach communication with an "I said it and that settles it" disposition. This technique of communication may be problematic, especially in love relationships. Speaking, listening, and responding in a respectful way may help keep the peace even in stressful situations.
The fourth C of love is compromise. Compromise is very easy to understand, but may be quite difficult to do. Another word for compromise is adapt. The old saying about adaptation is simply adapt and survive. If we want our relationships to survive, we will be open to compromise. Ego, emotional state, or a my way or the highway perspective may prevent a person from compromising. In relationships, there must be an intentional compromising demeanor. If there is a desire for the relationship to work, compromise is necessary when there are differences of opinion, understanding, or preference. Successful relationships strive for harmony, and periodic sacrifice of one's own desires or needs is necessary for a willing relationship.
The last C of love is consistency. People seeking to get into personal, professional, and other types of relationships tend to put their best foot forward. Their actions reflect their willingness and desire to enter a partnership. These positive behaviors are relatively easy to maintain in the short time it takes to make a good impression and enter a relationship. As the relationship begins to mature and life happens, it may become difficult to maintain such positivity. As difficult as it may become, simply remembering the commitment made to love may be enough motivation to stay consistent in our actions.
Commitment, compassion, communication, compromise, and consistency are the 5 C's of love that can be used to help develop relationships and heal our people.
So, as Mama Ayo Handy-Kendi has instructed us, let us demonstrate Black love by showing love for the Creator, ourselves, our family, our community, and the Black race. Peace, love, and guidance.
Oh, that was so beautiful. Let's see. Oh, you're welcome, Anna. I'm just so thankful we were able to find it. It was beautiful. Yes, it was. It was right on time. Oh, the Akashas recently got married in the park. And that's why I'm all masked up, because I facilitated at their service. And that was really beautiful what they created. And I had to encourage, I encouraged them in the facilitation of their ceremony. We offer an African-centered marriage ceremony that works with the symbols of life. And we encourage them to create their vows. And I'm going to ask them, is that what came out their vows? But I do know one thing. They told me that they met, I think, at a Black love relationship ceremony years ago in the community. And so it was just such a blessing to be asked to facilitate at their ceremony. That was powerful. That was powerful. John Davies, let's see, we've got Brandon Greene there. Here, Brandon is co-founder of Appeal.
The time has come for Black people to build institutions to maximize all the potential in the Black community. Welcome to the campaign to support the first national Black credit union, the Appeal Proposed Federal Credit Union. Let's build economic empowerment in the Black community to advance towards increased security, safe housing, equitable health care, increased educational opportunities, food sustainability, and more. The key lies in cooperative economics. To work together is to succeed together. That's what we're here to do at the Appeal Proposed Federal Credit Union, to empower Black wealth and build self-sufficient, prosperous Black communities. The Appeal Proposed Federal Credit Union will facilitate the recycling of dollars in the Black community, provide better access to capital for entrepreneurship, and create more opportunities for Black empowerment, thereby equipping the community to be the primary beneficiary of our economic engine. So what exactly is a credit union? A credit union is an economic co-op, a financial institution that holds deposits and provides loans, as well as a wide array of other financial services. It is similar to a bank. However, there are some key differences between banks and credit unions. The goal of a bank is to make profit for their owners and shareholders. Only the owners and shareholders control how a bank operates and what it does with its profits. On the other hand, credit unions are member-owned nonprofit institutions. The money profited from the credit union is shared between the members. It goes right back into the community in the form of lower rates for loans and other services that support development in the community. At Appeal, it's about empowerment. This will be the first national Black credit union and will therefore act to advance Black wealth across the United States. The Appeal proposed federal credit union will provide access, accountability, and shared profitability with the specific goal of Black economic empowerment. We need your support to raise the startup capital for this credit union initiative. Any amount you can give will be helpful and will go a long way. Be a part of the movement. It's about empowerment.
Right, Ujamaa, cooperative economics. So those who know Sister Ayanna Gregory, the daughter of Brother Baba Dick Gregory, another powerful spirit of love, and Brother Brandon Greene, who is married to Sister Anna Mwalagho, another dynamic couple. I love power couples, right? Brandon, thank you for staying on. Talk about how the credit union is an example of Black love for the Black race. And share, you got 2 minutes to share your vision. How are you?
I'm doing fine, Mama Ayo. First of all, happy Black Love to you and to everybody, to all your families.
In your coma, thank you.
Yes, thank you, thank you. I want to thank you, Mama Ayo, for the invitation to speak at this awesome occasion. I think you're the personification of Black love. And it makes sense that you and AHA would be the creator of, such a much needed holiday. And I just thought about it when I say AHA.
Yes.
I'm breathing. It's like I'm breathing. You know what I mean? So it makes perfect sense.
Yes.
It comes together. So, but real quick, I just want to say, look, there's no greater example of Black love than providing a Black individual or community the ability, the conditions, the environment to maximize its full potential, just like Sister Ayanna Gregory said. So, this is not only the essence of Black love, but it's the definition of Black empowerment. The highest expression, I believe, of Black love and empowerment is one that is practiced in a truly cooperative manner, either as that's within your family or within the community. So it's the mission of Appeal Incorporated, which I'm the associate director of, and I think you may have invited Baba Kelechi here. He's on the continent in Nigeria right now. But it's our mission to develop and maintain programs and institutions that foster the practice of cooperative economics to help establish empowered communities. So our existing members in our surrounding community, right now, currently, we're able to enjoy and participate in our historical, cultural, and financial literacy workshop series each Saturday on Zoom, and also our thriving Black manufacturer co-op buying events every first and third Saturdays of each month at a Moja House in Washington, D.C., and I'll put that address on there on the chat. But within the past few years, Appeal has organized and focused on developing what we propose will be the first national Black credit union, as you saw in the commercial. And then this institution name that has been approved by the National Credit Union Administration at this time is the Appeal Proposed Federal Credit Union. So wealth creation is essential to ensure the promise of our current and future generations, whether that's through home ownership, through business development, or through investment and savings. And so the objective, one of the objectives of the appeal proposed federal credit union is to foster this wealth creation by offering financial products and services that are catered to our communities, and therefore providing an alternative to the community from their previous predatory relationships with other mainstream banking institutions. So the first thing that our next step in the process of getting our charter from the NCUA is to raise the startup capital for this institution. And so we need the community support, which we've had for a while, but we need even more support. We want to raise $250,000 for this startup capital. And so what we're doing is using our crowdfunding apparatus to do that. So what I would like to do is, like I put in the chat, please support the crowdfunding campaign, which is, you can click on the link appealinc.org/credit union crowdfunding. And it will take you to an Indiegogo site, crowdfunding site, where you can just click on a button that says back it, in a red button that says back it to donate. And if you're on your phone, you can actually, when you get on the site, you can scroll all the way to the right and you can enter a contribution of any amount. Nothing's too small or big. But there are also some perks that you can receive for suggested donations, some perks and gifts. But one thing we want to do and highlight is that, quickly, please use the social media share tools and links on the site with your, to share the site with your network. Because the individual that is responsible for the most donations through their sharing will win a free African ancestry matrilineal or patrilineal test kit. So this is so that you can actually find out your roots, what ethnic group will you actually belong to on the continent. So, so for more information on that, you can go to the crowdfunding site, which is, again, appealinc.org/credit union. Thank you. My brother Carlos, who's a strong member of Appeal, just sent it in the chat again for that link. So, because there's no better a way to show love, I believe, is that type of gift, which is knowledge of self and knowledge of who you are. And that's what we'll provide for you. So if you please show us your Black love, we promise to reciprocate that, not only with these gifts, but also just with the development of the Appeal proposed credit union. So it's about Black love, but it's also about empowerment.
Yes.
I also, before I go, I want to say, please show your love to Mama Ayo and Baba John and Positive Energy Works. Please do that immediately. This was a magnificent event. I thank you again, Mama Ayo, for providing this platform, not only for me, but also to my lovely wife, Anna.
Thank you. Thank you.
She jumped in.
I'm gonna cut him short and just say thank you, Mama Ayo, for putting my video out there. And I put my chat I teach Swahili all over the world and adolescent children. And also I'm still performing. So if you need my performances, check my YouTube video and also my website, which I put below. And I really want to say that Appeal is doing an amazing, amazing job. And therefore, please support Appeal so we can have our first African-American credit union.
I love you, Anna. I love you both, Brandon.
Love you.
I'm just so tickled. Look at you both. I'm telling you, y'all looking real good there, family. Brandon, you looking really healthy, honey. Anna, you taking good care of him, and you are looking real good. You take good care of yourself. I love you and the baby and all of that.
We Black love you.
Yeah, and Mama Ayo, I can't thank you enough for what you've done for me and many in our community. May God continue to bless you.
And may the Creator continue to bless you too, Anna. I appreciate you so much. Hey, little Mr. Greene. I see he trying to jump up. Come on, let's say hello to you. Hello, Mr. Greene. Hi.
Yeah, I'm Olufemi. Hi, Mama Ayo.
Blessed Black Love Day. I give thanks for you all. Yes, truly, empowerment is about Black love, and this whole segment is about how Black love does empower communities that then, of course, supports the world, right? And how we can connect. Anna's presentation was really truly about, you know, the fact that here we've got this wealthy continent. And, you know, here we thinking it's, you know, all this poverty there, but it is some poverty there, but it's also a great opportunity. And if we are able to connect with this credit union, which I'm affirming everybody will do that, and I am definitely going to contribute and keep putting the word out there, it will be another empowerment tool for us. I thank you so much, a power couple in our community. May the Creator continue to bless you and your family in your Akoma. God bless. Let's see, we've got, John, you got the video for LeShell, who is also, he is adorable. LeShell A. Smith, a Minority Report, has a powerful video too. I hope that John has that queued up. Because that was about also the fact that entrepreneurship is truly about our empowerment. It's about us spending our money to love us enough that we spend our money with people like us.
Hey family, happy Black Love Day to each and every one of you. My name is LeShell Smith, and I'm the host of Minority Report featuring Black-owned businesses. I interview Black entrepreneurs and I review their products on my website and my YouTube channel. One of my earliest interviews was with Ayo Handy-Kendi. She's the founder of the African American Holiday Association. She's also the creator of Black Love Day. As I sat with her, she radiated love, and that love transferred from her to me. She embodies what it means to embrace love so that we can decrease violence and live in peace and unity. Mama Ayo, as I affectionately refer to her, assured me that what I was doing was also an act of Black love. So when I talk to people on and offline about Black Love Day, I remind them, on February 13th, we celebrate Black love, but we practice Black love every day. Black Love Day is more than an alternative to a commercial pagan holiday. And Black love is more than just couples goals and matching outfits. Black Love Day actually has 5 tenets. It's love for the Creator, love for yourself, love for your family, love for your community, and love for the entire Black race. Black love has to be something more than just an emotion. It has to be an outward expression. And that's where my platform, Minority Report, featuring Black-owned businesses, comes into play. We can be unified if we're all on code. But how can we all be on code if there's no monolithic Black man, Black woman, or Black child? There's no one particular mold that we're all supposed to fit into. We all have different beliefs and different characteristics and different personalities and different interests. But the one thing that we all have in common is the Black experience. So how can we all be on code? Easy. We can all be on code when we all decide to prioritize everything that's beneficial associated with being Black. My daily goals, my daily activities are all rooted in Black love. I put my Black family, my Black community, and my Black dollars first. And just because I'm pro one thing doesn't mean I'm anti anything else. It just means that everything associated with my Black community, I prioritize above and beyond everything else. So when I need something around my house or in my personal life, I'm going to buy black first. When my friends and my family call me, email me, reach out to me, and they're asking for referrals, I'm going to refer them to a black-owned business first. Whether it's a baby shower, graduation, a promotion, a birthday, a holiday, if I need to bring something to the party, it's coming from a black-owned business. Supporting black-owned businesses is Black love in action. When you support a black-owned business, when you buy black, you are helping to close the racial wealth gap. You're helping to boost your local economy. You're helping to create jobs. You're using your black dollars to speak truth to power to people in positions in leadership and letting them know that they cannot continue to take our contributions for granted. When you buy black, you're celebrating a culture. Everything I've just described is at the core of Black love. So when you look around and you see social injustice, health disparities, joblessness, mass incarceration, homelessness, racism, when you look at all of those things without being angry, you fail to love. So I'm calling on you right now, letting you know that it is now or never. We have to prioritize group economics, rooted in love, rooted in Black love. So if you love a black-owned business, make sure you support that black-owned business. And remember, on February 13th, we celebrate Black love, but we practice Black love every day. So until next time, you guys, have a happy Black Love Day. I'll see you next time.
I don't know how to get back, John. Oh, shoot, I did it. Oh, my gosh. Oh, LeShell, that was beautiful. Wait a minute, I had to stand up. That was amazing. LeShell is another sister. Yeah, she bad girl. Yeah, she actually came all the way down from, I guess that was, I don't know, Philadelphia or something. And we sat and we talked and she interviewed me and she just got all inspired. And next thing you know, she had created this whole magazine about a directory. That would enable us to have another space to be able to collectively support Black-owned businesses. And she and I have continued to stay together and connect and talk and share, and that video was amazing. It is on her website, and look up Minority Report. I am so apologetic that that cut off when it did, but I mean, at least you could hear her thoughts and her expression. Very, very, very strong sister. All of you who have stayed with us, thank you. This is our day. This is our day. And Nandy was with me a few minutes ago. That's the little girl. And so they like to get in the act. I think that the last presenter is Sister Nia. And there you go, Minority Report. There's the URL, but you know, remember Minority Report, where you can shop Black 365. And LeShell Smith, I'm gonna give her my Black love. We had Anise Jenkins who was gonna talk about the need for Black love so that we can get statehood. We are close in DC of getting the approval for statehood closer than we've ever been before. And that's been an initiative that I have supported also for years and for years and years. And we are about to get it. We have a whole lot of support now with a lot of congressional representation. And so we want everyone to continue to walk, talk, and move forward. Oh, y'all I called on you, Mawasha. Okay. I didn't know you all were even on. Okay. So we've got to bring you all on. I apologize. I thought that, y'all didn't hear me. Okay. You like, come on, y'all missed your cue. Okay, well, can you hold tight? Because I got to get Sister Nia on. I apologize because she had been waiting, and we want to bring her on. There she is. So you'll close us out, Marsha. Sister Nia, 2X. Sister Nia Shabazz went to Africa with me and John. And another entrepreneur. Okay, thank you all so much. Sister Nia, your 5 minutes on how Black love has made a difference in your world and what you think of in terms of entrepreneurship and self-empowerment.
Giving all praises to Allah God. I thank him for this day and all the days of our lives. And I thank you to my sister Ayo Handy-Kendi, one of my major teachers, mentors. As I say all the time, I've learned from you from day one, meeting you back in the late 1980s as an entrepreneur. So I am grateful for today, the love. You can feel it wherever you are, the brothers and sisters that have been on here. It gives us hope and it makes us more determined to continue to move forward with our responsibility of why we were born in this day and in this time to contribute to the liberation, complete liberation of our people. But thank you, sister, thank you, Brother John, for the magnificent, not performance, but for what we are experiencing today with Black Love Day. Also acknowledge and speak quickly, of course, my mentors in me becoming an entrepreneur. I didn't even know what the word meant, hadn't ever heard the word to the late 1980s. And that's when I met Brother John Ray of the Majestic Eagles, the Honorable John Ray. He's living in North Carolina now, continuing the movement of Black economics. I have to also say thank you to the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan for helping to shape me with Black economics, especially when he had the Power Program, people organized, working for economic rebirth. All of this has led to where I am today and striving to be today and tomorrow. And I would be remiss if I didn't thank and honor my late mother, who was called as an ancestor January 15th, the birthday of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and also her son's birthday, her firstborn son. She also was a woman that worked really good with the dollar, excellent with the dollar, passing on things to myself. Brothers and sisters, we have $1.2 trillion among ourselves collectively. That is not a people that is rich. That is a people that is wealthy. It's a big difference in being rich and wealthy. You got Warren Buffett, wealthy. Michael Jordan, rich. We are wealthy collectively. Our problem is a lack of genuine unity. Yeah. So God has blessed us to have the money. We have it, but we don't have the behavior of unity that he's pleased with. We talk it, we know we need it, but we don't exercise that unity that's pleasing to him. It may be pleasing to an individual or a couple of people, but until it's pleasing to the Most High God, whatever you call him, we're not going to advance. He is pleased with our brothers and sisters in the Hispanic community and other communities, so he blesses them as a group. So we are striving to learn to exercise the real, genuine unity that is needed for our success. Because Allah, God, in my calling him, he's not going to let us just have the trillions of dollars without the unity, and then we act crazy and then we don't have anything. Took a long time for us to get that united amount of wealth. So one of the two problems we want to deal with is understanding we don't serve one another. Mm-hmm. I come in your store, I have an attitude, I'm doing you a favor. And that's not the case at all. We don't have that service-oriented, I'm coming to your store, you putting in 50 cents of behavior, I'm putting in 50 cents behavior, and we come up with 100. We have the wrong attitude about service and problem solving. If there the problem in your business, it doesn't really get solved. We get into our emotions. And as being Black people, we are the original Asiatic Black man and woman, which means that when God created the Black man and the Black woman, he poured everything into us. So when it came to emotions, and we touchy-feely people, you can't look at somebody wrong before they get an attitude, especially the teenagers. They're shooting and killing over nothing because we are full strength with emotions. So when we go into a business, if we have a problem that we really bought in the business that happened at the house before we left and we got an attitude, we haven't graduated to the point where we can leave that attitude and come into the business and deal with fresh people because we are emotional people. Sometimes I look at you with the frown, I'm really not frowning at you. I just got off the bus and I had some words with some people, but when I came in your store, I took that energy. I took that frown, and when the person looks at you, they wondering, why are they looking at me like that? So we are a very emotional people, and it gets in our way. We get offended very, very quickly. As Black people, we have to understand when you're going to take that dollar into a Black-owned store, we have to keep it business 100%. Every transaction has to be business, whether it's online, in person, in text, keep it business 100. Sometimes I might come in your store 2 times. Now I'm your baby. No, I'm not. Now I'm your boo. Oh, hey, boo. I'm not your boo. I'm your customer. Hey, honey. I'm not even your honey. Hey, sexy mama. I ain't trying to hear all of that. I'm in there with my hard-earned money. I'm in there to get something. I don't mind giving it to you. How about calling me ma'am, young lady, miss? You got to keep it business 100. We don't do that. We get too personal and don't really understand that that's not leading to what we want. I'm almost finished, Sister Ayo. So problem solving is our greatest challenge. You know how it is. Problem solving 2021. I went to that business. All I did was ask so-and-so a question. And you know what we do? This is what hurts us in Black economics. Get on that telephone. Get on that. I went in so-and-so. Girl, don't ever go there no more. Blah, blah, blah. We're not trying to solve the problem. We have to learn to problem solve. It may not be solved that day because the emotions are too high. Settle down sometimes. Go home, pray on it. The idea is to keep that business in business with your dollar. Or if you on the other side of the counter, don't act like that dollar don't mean nothing. Don't act like, oh, if they don't come back, oh well. Come on now. That's not good business. You want every customer to come back. You're not trying to like them. You're not trying to be their friend. See, we make things personal. We don't keep it business 100%. So problem solving is our greatest problem. We take that negative energy and bad mouth this, that, and the other. So I'm gonna wrap it on up. Instead of bad mouthing, feeding and growing into an active resistance, instead of finding a way, we need to find a way to genuinely solve the problem. It's happened to me. I had to go back to a brother in a couple days to show that, hey, I'm growing in business, I'm maturing. Brother, what I said to you, it came out the wrong way. I didn't mean it. It meant so much to him. He was not expecting it. So I'm striving to problem solve. And now me and the brother, whatever his name is, hey, we did the right thing together. I want to give big props to Appeal. Appeal is talking about a national Black-owned credit union. Hip, hip, yes, yes. Now that's Black economics and that's Black power. And that is the type of forward thinking that's going to get us where we need to be, a national Black-owned credit union. I have to say thank you to the Industrial Bank of Washington. They've opened up 3 new chapters in New York City. So now when you go to New York City, the Industrial Bank of Washington has 3 banks there, and we know that that comes from the Mitchell family here in Washington, D.C. when they opened up in 1936. Last but not least, look at our brother Killer Mike. That's his rap name, but he's doing the Greenwood Bank. And I think he's out of Mississippi. So we're on the right path, and we're going to get to the promised land. We just want to clean up, strengthen up our strength, stop taking things personal. I come in your business, I'm ma'am, or you're sir, or you're ma'am. Sister is okay. But all that other personal behavior is what's holding us up and holding us back because we don't have business on our mind. Let's create a business ship, like a friendship, business ship. Let's continue to do what we're doing. And again, big props to Appeal, Greenwood Bank, Industrial Bank, and everybody else that knows we're going to get where we need to get. Thank you, Sister Ayo Handy, for allowing me to be a part of this historic 28th anniversary of Black Love Day. Peace to everybody.
Look, you see, Sister Nia, that was powerful. Look, you had the nerve to tell me, ask me, I don't know what I'm going to talk about. Look at you. VLB Productions, VLB Productions, on purpose, on time. VLB Productions does media work, and it does sales management, and Sister Nia actually helped with the promotion of this event, and I just love her spirit too. Another person that we have really done a lot of work together with around Black Love Day. Oh my gosh. Gee, I want to thank all of you. Yes, yes. Several people are saying, Sister Nia, they so glad to see you. John, my screen is frozen down here. I hope we are still recording this. I don't know if we are. I know that we'll be having Sister Ricky by us. She'll be probably calling in shortly. Has she connected with you upstairs, John? Hello.
No.
Huh?
No.
Okay, and Sister Nia, let me see. Sister Nia, don't go away and not put your information in the chat, okay? Yeah, people said you broke it down. We love it. I want to thank everyone for all the support and donations. People are still sending that little Cash App. I know everybody like that little button when it goes. So this has been fun. We're going to take 5 more minutes, and we have a couple who have also been involved with programming. And I don't mean to, I did not mean to, I don't know, I called you several times. I don't know what happened, but you all, I know y'all are very busy. And so I'm going to I want you all to introduce yourselves. Yes. Because I got to kind of breathe for a few minutes because I got another program.
Well, can you hear
Greetings.
us?
Greetings.
Coma. Happy Black Love Day to
Blessings.
the entire family around the world. All the people in all the corners of the world that respect the holiday. And we are so happy to finally be able to connect, Mama Ayo. I think that when we missed our time, I was actually on the phone with one of the presenters.
Oh, see.
When I put in the chat, I'm calling Brother John right now. It was Johnson. I said John. That was me writing from Nawasha's account. I got on the phone with the brother. Nawasha turned down the sound. I'm on the phone with him, and you calling us to come up to. I'm talking about his presentation, but you know, so it's a beautiful thing. We are so honored to be here this has been 13 years in the making for us to finally be here with you. So we want to say Nia Akoma to the family, happy Black Love Day. We are Mansho and Nawasha Edu. We are the co-founders of the Akoma House Initiative. It's a culturally based counseling consulting firm. We're therapists and we do the art and science of Black love culture. And we are also the co-creators of Akoma Day, which is another international cultural alternative to Valentine's Day, which is celebrated February 14th to February 20th. So along on the shoulders of Mama Ayo and the beautiful Black Love Day celebration, we are in the 20th annual celebration of Akoma Day starting tomorrow. You know, we met Mama Ayo over the phone about 13 years ago. And we said, wow, you know, we got the charge from Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad and other people when we were developing Akoma Day in around 97. And we kind of started a little bit, but didn't introduce it to the world until 2001. So we're in the 20th year. But then we found out about Black Love Day. And so we like, oh, wow, we got to call this sister right away. And we got on the phone and Mama Ayo was so loving and so supportive of us. I said, Mama Ayo, we are in the making right now of writing our book. So it was like 2007, 2008. I said, we about to put you in the dedication of the book. And right here on page 18, we got you right here. You know, we standing on the shoulders of Dr. Malana Karenga, who we've worked with, Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad, who was instrumental in the helping in the development of Akoma Day, and then Mama Ayo Handy-Kendi, African American Holiday Association, and Black Love Day. So as Johnson was saying earlier, we need to turn this into a whole week. I know Mama Ayo was somebody up in New York, I think many years ago, you had sent us a flyer, say, look at this. They put Black Love Day and Akoma Day together, and they called it Black Love Akoma Week. And I said, wow, that's amazing. And so for the last several years, we have been striving to get down to your area to be a part. We just wanted to come and hug and honor you in person. And that wasn't happening because we're right on the same, like 2 days apart. So both of us are always so busy, but the ancestor blessed us many years ago when we were able to come together at the International Locks Conference. Yes. And so we're seeing each other every year there. And it was like, man, every year we put up those pictures on Today and tell the whole world, you know, celebrate Black Love Day. You know, we promote our top 10 best Black love books for the people. And we always have our Black Love Day book amongst that top 10. And so we just love you. We love what you're doing. We support you so much. You know, being a part of this has been amazing. We kind of been on all day as we prepare for what we're doing tomorrow, telling everybody, tune into this, tune in, something amazing is happening right now. As people from all over the world celebrating Black Love Day, you got to be a part of it. And, you know, but, you know, what we do, our focus is really the sacred science of soulmating. We are in our 20th year together. We are therapists. We work with thousands of couples around the world. And we just, you know, really focus on the art and science of Black love culture, because we believe that, you know, the family is the seed of the neighborhood. The neighborhood is the seed of the nation. And then it is through those communities that we build authentic nationhood. And what we have right now with all the progressive Black people that are around the world, we are still 7 out of 10 of Black children are growing up in unmated homes. And so we definitely want to impact that, because as we enter into the world arena, we're really individuals going against a system, and those systems are an amalgamation of families. So individuals can't take on families. We need families and coalitions of families to take on families. So what that showed us in our work is that we really need to focus on the intimate couple, which is the seed of the family unit. And so that's the work that we've been doing for, what has it been, like 12, 13 years? But the Akoma Day holiday is a little bit older. It's 20 years old. And so, you know, this is the work that we've been doing. We love everything that you're doing, and we sincerely uplift you, and you know, we stand on your shoulders and your example, you know, and what you have brought to the world, we always push out there. So we're just so honored to be here and be a part of this. We've been hanging in all day, following along, and you know, we have a virtual celebration going on for 7 days, linking Black people in 14 different countries, from Ghana to Eritrea, Tanzania, Botswana, Germany, New Zealand, Canada, the States, the islands. So, you know, we have been pushing out this day, Black Love Day, and telling everybody, look, from the 13th to the 20th, it's something for you to celebrate. And this goes back, you know, to Mama Ayo Handy-Kendi and the African American Holiday Association. You know, I know we talked several times about that in the past, and we definitely want to be enshrined there and officially be a part. So, you know, we just support, and we love the 5 tenets of Black Love Day, and we love Mama Ayo. And you know, so that's really it. We just here to participate and make some of the community aware of Akoma Day, and invite anybody. And Mama Ayo, I want to officially invite you. Anything you want to come and say and do, we move the schedule around for you. Whatever you want, you could do. You know, we talk about you all the time, so I'm sure our followers know about you, but if you would like to come in, we would definitely accommodate you completely. And so that's really all I have. You want to talk about the art and science, or you want to?
Well, anyone who's listening can take free classes with us on how to decolonize your love.
Yeah, that's the theme
how to
this year.
practice self-care. So I'll drop that in the chat. We have Black Love School, which puts out 2 classes a month on the things we would have learned if we had our rites of passage. So we have a couple of classes that are complimentary for you to just check it out. One is on Akoma Day, one is on self-care, and one is on how to decolonize your love. So we will stop saying things like romantic as the pinnacle of love for Black people. We will make sure that we're saying we're building and rising in love. So just how to reframe and really let go of some of the challenges and the effects of colonization on our intimate relationships.
So well said. You know, I love you too. Y'all just look like each other now. You know that?
You.
Yeah, that's right. That's amazing. How the children?
Oh, they doing well. They doing well. They getting big, and you know, so appreciative of all the breath work. You know, we follow everything you're doing, and you know, we try to peek in and what's Mama Ayo doing? What's Mama Ayo doing? And so we got them breathing. We got them doing a lot of the exercises, and so yeah. But they're growing, and they're just, you know, they're excited about the Black Love Day, about Akoma Day, and really pushing out to their peers throughout the school systems and all of that. And so, you know, the little ambassadors of Black Love Day, and you know, they be fighting in school. We ain't doing no Valentine's Day. We doing Black Love Day and Akoma Day. That's it, you know. So
I love it. You know, I really want to because someone contacted me the other day and they said, was I aware of the decolonizing love event? And I said, yeah, I know who the sister and brother are. Yeah. And I said, I love this concept of decolonizing, because that really is what this is about, as Sister Nia was saying, and several people were talking about, you know, the need for reprogramming. Sister Freedome said it. I love what she said about, you know, we got to, we're not just having the program, we're having the reprogramming. Sister Freedom, I'm gonna use that. That is powerful that we are reprogramming people. And I want to sit with you too, and I get an understanding of how on 7 days you are able to keep people's attention, like with Kwanzaa, because we talked with Dr. Karinga early on, and he talked about his early beginning and getting our community to celebrate anything for anything longer than 1 day.
It's a little bit of a challenge.
It's a challenge.
Oh, I bet.
Commercialism, people are already on to St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah. And even a lot of times when Black people are resisting the imagery, their fight against the imagery stops when the imagery stops. So American commercialism, there's some Valentine's Day sales on the 16th, but by the 17th, nobody ain't talking about that. So we get them going a week before Black Love Day, and we're telling them Black Love Day is coming, Black Love Day is coming, Black Love Day is coming. Bam, we got you. Akoma Day starts. And we usually can hold them, we hold a lot of people till about the 17th. That 18th, 19th, and 20th, it's hard because we are products of our conditioning.
Right.
And so what we see is that, as the sister's video said a little while ago, we've been saying that same thing for years, that we celebrate and commemorate Black love on February 13th and then February 14th to 20th. But we should be living the 5 tenets of Black Love Day, the 7 virtues and principles of Akoma Day all year, as well as the Nguzo Saba and all of the tenets of all of the Black. We should be embodying that all year long. But what happens is we kind of follow the dominant culture. So, after about 3 days, we have a die-hard group around the world, but the rest of the people are starting to wane off. But we have, had a lot of success as it's been spreading internationally.
I bet
people are, in places where there's small pockets, like New Zealand, for example. There's a group of people trying to bring us out there. There's a group of Black people there. They are really resisting, and it's not a lot of them. So in areas like that, we see the hold on is they're trying to really hold on to, and so they kind of ride all the way through. And some other places do, but it's challenging. It's challenging.
I appreciate that understanding. I love you too. I'm being reminded that we got a few more minutes before we bring on our sister Ricky Byers. So I hope you all stay and get a little more. I had no idea y'all had been on all day. We would have had you in that segment, but this is appropriate too. It is what it is. I thank you so much for the love that you have shared and the counseling work that you do, and for spreading this message of a Black love culture. It's so powerful. In your Akoma to you both. And yes, we'll get together. Just keep me posted what you need me to do, and I'll keep you posted too, how.
Absolutely.
And we got Sister Ricky online. She said, I can't hear the speaker yet. Working on technical difficulties. Okay. John, see if you can text Sister Ricky, and she said they're working on technical difficulties. Okay, so again, divine flow. In your Akoma, we have a singer who's with us, and we're gonna bring on my sister Mawasha, and make certain that you all put all of the details about your activity tomorrow. Yes, you want to put it in the chat because this is a little smaller. Yeah, I love the flyer. Y'all are so cute. And see if you can put it in the chat too, okay? And I love Black love too. Thank you, Janice. Janice be hanging with us, boy. I love that. And all of you, look, this program, I'm amazed. We still have close to 80 people who have, I think, been here all day. I hope you all have eaten. I hope you all have had a chance to chill out. We'll probably, after Sister Jennifer sings us going home. We're not really going to close out in the circle like I thought we was. I have a feeling that all of you all are still hanging in there because y'all want to hear Ricky and come to the relationship ceremony. So, Sister Jennifer, let's have you close this segment out in song. And again, I want to thank everyone. I am so humbled. I gotten all this thanks and appreciation, and the people who know me know I'm very humble. I'm like the sister said, Ketnu, I give a whole lot, and sometimes I really don't expect what's going to come back. I just give, and it comes back, you know. But this has been a dynamic pouring of love and support, and for all of us. Sister Jennifer Muhammad, now known as Jennifer Jalencia.
Yes,
So,
mother.
I think that's what, oh, Sister Ngozi, yes, thank you, who used to have, she had parties at a school, a Tree of Life. Oh, I'm so glad to have you here too. Yes, that's another sister. I love you. Thank you. You've been here since in the morning. Oh, I love you. I love you. I love you. Sister Jennifer is going to bring this segment to a close. And thank you, Ketnu. Bring this segment to a close with her powerful, beautiful singing. Say who you are, Jennifer. And
first of all, my dear Queen Mother, comrade, and just inspirational woman that is charting the planet at this time. I'm so humbled to be in your presence and to have been invited to this illustrious occasion. I bid you peace, love, and blessings, and peace, love, and blessings to all who are in attendance. And I sing. Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise, listening skies, let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun, our new day began. Let us march on to victory is what I said. Let us march on to victory is what, yeah.
Alhamdulillah. Sister Jennifer, I told you it'd be better for you to do that acapella. I give thanks. Sister,
Queen Mother, for all the many, many years. Thank you.
Good thanks, good thanks. If you all have been noticing on the Facebook, this sister, she sound like Sister Ketnu. You look on my Facebook, I have a lot of fun watching the two of y'all, because y'all be doing it up. I'm telling you. So 1 minute, you know, it'd be the afro, and the next minute it's the long flowing hair, and the next minute it'd be the high heels, and the next minute it'd be the braids. And then the next minute, Jennifer's out here feeding the homeless with her son.
Yes,
She does a lot of community work. We need to really support you, Jennifer. She's out in the community serving food to people, as well as she's also out in the community doing modeling work and spiritual work, and just a strong sister, a powerful example of sisterhood. Sister Jennifer, you know, I appreciate you. Another one, I didn't know you were on for this whole long time. Y'all were supposed to raise your hand when y'all came on.
Thank you. Anything for you is worth the wait. Our beloved Queen Mother.
I appreciate it, Sister Mother. Sister Queen. That's Sister Jennifer Muhammad. She's now referring to herself as Jennifer Galencia. And so, yes, ma'am. Please put your name again in the chat. And I want to thank you. That was absolutely amazing. You got all kind of comments. You sang that song, girl. Yes. So.